All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome into the live stream today. Of course, I'm Jonathan here from Mini Superheroes today, celebrating 10 years here on the internet. Of course, the journey all started back on Instagram 10 years ago, around this time on this very day. So it's really exciting to be with you guys here now. Thank you for tuning in to the YouTube live stream today. And thank you to Whatnot for sponsoring this. Of course, I'm going to be doing a big 10-year anniversary sale with lots of giveaways on Saturday night. So be sure to check out the link of this video to head over there and bookmark that. Every set that I build here today will actually be up for auction during that Whatnot stream. And the other cool thing is I have these 10 years of Mini Superheroes Today bricks. Only 150 of them were made, and I'll be giving them away as well as including them with packages on Whatnot on Saturday night. So if you want one of these limited edition, one of 150 bricks, you'll just have to be there on Saturday night. Now, that being said, we are going to get into the builds. And what I thought would be fun would be to go back and get sealed copies. Yes, sealed copies of so many cool sets from my time as a content creator. Each one of these sets has a story, and I'll be telling those stories. Of course, I'd love to hear from you guys in the comments what your experiences are like with these sets. And of course, if you have any Mini Superheroes Today memories to share along the way, I would love to hear those as well. I do have a phone here that I can be checking for super chats that come through if you really want to get a message through to me. And in the meantime, I'll be out the comments here, and looks like lots of people are tuning in saying, hey, really appreciate that. So yeah, awesome. Cool. Well, great. Let's go ahead and get started. Now, this set would be a special one to start with. So we're going to start with the 2015 Hulkbuster Smash from Age of Ultron. And as crazy as it is, guys, I am opening these sealed sets. I know this is a 10-year-old set. Came out just about 10 years ago today, too, in the spring of 2015. Here we go, cutting the seals. Oh my gosh. I don't know. It always just feels so crazy to open a set that's been sealed for 10 years. But this set is really special because I was at the Lego store here in Nashville at the Opry Mills Mall. Wow, look at those bags. Oh my gosh, look. Hulk came in his own baggie. That is amazing. That is so cool. All right, so there's bag one, there's bag two, there's bag three. We got a comic book in here, which was really cool. Back in the day, we used to get comic books, probably up until 2018 or so, and the comics would like retell the stories of the movie with minimal, if any, spoilers. Sometimes they really spoiled stuff like Giant Man in this Civil War airport battle, but got the little instruction booklet here, so we will get started, which is really fun. So, yeah, I got this at the Lego store here in Nashville back in 2015. And I remember, I think I had already started Mini Superheroes Today, or it had been started semi recently. And so I was there and I was like, I only had a handful of figures that I'd taken to college with me to work with. So I really wanted to get more, particularly superheroes, given the theme of my page. And of course, I wanted to pick these up. And being a kid on a college budget at the time, this was the second cheapest set in the wave. Of course, the cheapest was the Iron Man versus Ultron Sentry set. But yeah, I got this one and I made some posts of like Hulk fighting a giant Lego Thanksgiving turkey and all kinds of crazy posts back then. I know things were much different, but here's our very first minifigure, the Scarlet Witch from 2015. Pretty amazing to see this like literally brand new, never been seen by human eyes in the last 10 years until right now by me and everybody that's here hanging out on stream. So really fun. I'm kind of on the fence about opening the Hulk because this will be on Whatnot Saturday night. So somebody might really like just getting it in the bag. So I think I will keep the Hulk just as is, just because you know, I can keep him sealed, so I might as well. He does have these little Technic pins for his arms, so we'll make sure that those go with that. But let's go ahead and check in with the chats in the meantime. Let's see what we've got here. Lots of comments coming through, so thanks to everybody for that. Kyle says, can you do customs from, I don't even know what that is, so I really don't know what that is. So I suppose I can't make customs if I don't know what it is, but if you want to reach out on email or Instagram or something and let me know, of course you can. Just a couple messages here. Let's see. Superman says, been a fan of you since like 2018. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Been a long time ago now. Broken Bone Brick says, hello. Nice to make it to a stream. Watching from school. Don't get in trouble. Congrats on 10 years. I appreciate that. Ransom Fern, the incredible designer behind the giant Hulkbuster rebuild. Unbelievable Lego builder, one of my favorite minds in the entire Lego community, says congrats on 10 years and thanks for introducing people to my work. Well, there you go. Before I even read your comment, I was doing it again. Man, his Hulkbuster build, well, ironically, we're building the first ever Hulkbuster here, but he took that $550 Hulkbuster that doesn't look good at all and literally turned it into a masterpiece model. I have a video of it on the channel I would really recommend you check out. But in the meantime, absolutely incredible builder. So thank you, Ransom Fern, for hanging out and for that super chat. So yeah, let's go ahead and we'll jump into the build here. So we've got this beautiful piece here. Why don't I try to like move the pieces closer to me so you can see them on camera? In fact, I'll maybe even tilt the camera down a little bit more. That way you could like see the pieces here as I'm working. But yeah, so I got this one at the Lego store, 2015. It's so crazy. Like, you know, I don't really get too nostalgic about like miniature things, but like imagine if I had kept my receipt from that very day. Like that would have been so cool. Like I should have put it in the box. One time I bought a Lego collection off a guy and he kept every single bag of every single set. He had all the receipts in there. I'm like, this guy thinks he's me, like going crazy with that stuff. I mean, there was a time where I was keeping like smaller connected things, but for the most part, I've dialed it back. You know, you just can't keep it all. And I've actually begun to purge some boxes. I don't want to paint a picture like it's a ton of boxes, but I have purged some boxes. So let's see. We've got another super chat here from Kyle. Thank you so much. And says, can you do a cover of Long Black Train by Josh Turner? Well, that would probably go over pretty well because I could hit some deep notes when I sing. And funny enough, since you're a Josh Turner fan, around the time I started Mini Superheroes Today, I wish I was keeping a journal at that time. I do now, but I wish I was then. Josh Turner actually went to my college, Belmont University, and literally right around the time that that I started Mini Superheroes Today, he actually came to Belmont and like spoke to students, you know, like an inspirational thing, follow your dreams, all of that. But he actually got up and played, and he played Long Black Train for us. So it's crazy. Of all the music artists you could request a song from and all the songs you could pick, I've literally seen Josh Turner, met him very briefly, and watched him play the exact song that you just requested me to do. So with that being said, I might just have to cover that song, even if it's just like a little Instagram snippet or something. Literally just because of the synergy of that. That's crazy. What are the odds of that? Let's see. Jared says the first Hulkbuster set sure brings back the good old Lego Marvel memories. Man, doesn't it? It's so cool. I mean, you know, we've obviously come a very long way with the Lego Marvel theme, and we've gotten some really fantastic builds and some not so fantastic builds, if we're being honest here. But it was cool back when we got these Age of Ultron sets in 2015. I mean, you know, I don't think that a lot of the builds hold up to today's standards. Like, pretty much, I feel like every set from Age of Ultron has aged, no pun intended, in a way that it's like got nostalgic charm, but they're not like the best sets ever. I will say that 2015 Avengers Tower, I think that one has aged pretty well. I like that one quite a bit, but you know, just for the most part, right? I think that in aggregate, a lot of the Lego Marvel sets we've been getting over the last several years have been better than the ones, you know, back in the day. But there is a certain nostalgic charm. So, well, this is cool. Just built up the Hulk trap. Of course, it's got those Stark Industry stickers on there, and you put the Hulk big fig in there, and then you like close up these walls to stop him, and then Scarlet Witch's feet go onto those studs there, so that she's like hovering over the Hulk and all that. So not super movie accurate, but still pretty cool regardless. So gonna go ahead and put the extra pieces back in the box, and you guys know what that means. I'm talking to a bunch of Lego experts here, just like me. it's time for bag 2. So we're going to keep moving and grooving here with bag 2. The cool thing here is we actually get to build an Iron Man figure right off the bat, so that's cool. Wow, look at that. That's amazing. The Iron Man helmet used to come in its own bag. I'm going to keep that in the bag because, once again, come Saturday night, somebody might want that case fresh, so to speak. But this Tony Stark from back in the day, of course, he had the classic head with the smirk and the angry face on the other side. This was before the HUD. You got to be really careful with this era of minifigs because the red color, the dark red color, has become very brittle over time. So I really don't want to like move it or anything more than we have to, since somebody's going to be adding to this to their collection in just a few days. So that's that. But yeah, let's see, what do we got here? Brick Street Boy says 2018 and 2021 are the best years for Lego Marvel. 2021 was pretty good. That was the launch of the Infinity Saga. So there's no doubt about that. I might throw 2016 in the ring too, because you got the Captain America Civil War airport battle, but you've also got the Spider-Man Web Warriors bridge battle, which was really cool. It's hard to believe that this set wasn't even $100, and the Web Warriors bridge battle was exactly $100. I mean, the value we got at the time, I just don't think we even realized. The Web Warrior set had almost entirely exclusive and or rare minifigs in it. Just so much value in that set. It was really, really amazing. But speaking of value, building up the Hulkbuster now. We're starting, you kind of start with like the back here. It's a little hard to tell at this stage of the game, but it is the back. So that's pretty cool. That's right. Sticker Brick says, everybody like this stream. Guys, if you are watching the stream and you have not yet hit that like button, be sure to do that. I don't want to be like every single YouTuber ever that says that, but it really does help in the algorithm. It shows YouTube that people are enjoying this video, and then it starts to suggest it to more people just like us that would love to tune in and hang out and talk about Lego and Marvel and Lego Marvel. So yeah, definitely hit that like button if you haven't already. It helps everybody. But yeah, all right. So we're moving and grooving here, building the Hulkbuster. It's a nice little small build. I think I've only built this. Well, obviously, I built it back in the day when it came out. And I think I built one other one, like maybe a year or two ago. But it's a really cool set. I really dig this one. I think it's aged pretty well, especially with the minifig selection. I mean, getting a Hulk big fig in a relatively cheap set like this was really cool back in the day. Trying to think what the exact price of this one was. In fact, while I'm hosting this very live stream, perhaps one of you true believers can let me know in the comments, how much did this Hulkbuster set retail for back in the day? That's what the people want to know. Let's see. Got all kinds of comments. What the Jim, who is a long time subscriber, big time fan of mini superheroes today, says, congrats on the incredible milestone. So I appreciate that. Jackson says that this set was $40. So I guess it was a little on the pricey side, but you did get a big fig and the Hulkbuster. Lego knew that that was going to be amazing. So Jackson asks, for the road to Doomsday, are you going to do the recent movies like Brave New World, Wakanda Forever, and Deadpool 3? So I'm very fascinated, like, where the road to Doomsday is going to lead, because, you know, things have shifted a lot. Like, movies have gotten shifted around and things like that since I started the road to Doomsday all those years ago. So the plan is, as we actually get closer to Doomsday and or as things in the MCU happen, I'm going to go back and revisit some things that, well, actually, I might revisit some things that I never even visited the first time. So I don't know if you call that a revisit per se, but yeah, basically where I'm going is, you know, I would like to make like overall showcases for things like Luke Cage, things like Jessica Jones. You know, I made both of those characters individually in a Defenders showcase years ago, but I'd like to do like, you know, the Purple Man and things like that, like maybe the main hero and main villain from every Netflix era show. I'd like to do an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. one. I'd like to do an Agent Carter one. It's really just about the timing. And the funny thing is, you know, where the Road to Doomsday saga, if you will, or multiverse saga is going, is like, I could really do those anytime. It doesn't need to be in any specific order. But as far as Jackson's question, which I'm taking plenty of time to get to, is I really, really would like to revisit some of those movies that like had sets come out for them later, or we got more figures later that made more sense for them. So yeah, I definitely do want to revisit those. In a way, I can't see myself revisiting something like Brave New World because like I just did that showcase. But on the same token, I literally just a couple days ago did the Eternals showcase, and Eternals doesn't feel like it was that long ago. And to be fair, I really didn't make a ton of updates in that Eternals video compared to the first one. But things like Deadpool and Wolverine, like think about the fact that just since that movie has come out, we now actually have a Gambit figure. So, there are certain things that I think by the time they would come up chronologically, it would be really good to go back and revisit those things. So, yeah, I definitely want to revisit some of them, but it's really just going to come down to like the timing of where we're at, what feels like it really does need remade, and all of that good stuff as we get there. So yeah. Uh, what purist customs are you making for Daredevil Born Again episodes 5 and 6? Well, if I knew that, I would be a fortune teller. I don't know what's going to happen in those episodes, so I never really know until I see the episode who or what I'm going to be able to make. There were a lot of rumors floating around that, well, I guess it's not even rumors, right? And at this point, I am going to drop a little Daredevil spoiler from last night, so I assume everybody's caught up. If you've been on Instagram today, though, you already know this because it's everywhere. But Frank Castle showed up in last night's episode, and based off of the events of last week's episode, I think we all probably could have guessed that was going to happen. But at the end of the day, I knew that to some extent Frank Castle was going to show up. I won't say anything more than that for no more major spoilers. But um, yeah, so like I was kind of prepared for that. In last night's showcase, I put out the Daredevil showcase last night actually instead of this morning because there wasn't really all that much to make. So yeah, sometimes we get just like amazing episodes, but there's not really anything new to make. So every single week, especially with things like obviously Daredevil that we're all enjoying right now, but like Spider-Man, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man just a couple weeks ago, you really never know what you're going to need to make until you see the episode. So it does keep things interesting. And, after 10 years in the game of content creation, I really like that there are some unexpected things still along the way as we go. So it is pretty fun and pretty exciting in that way. But yeah, let's see. How did I like Daredevil Born Again so far? No spoilers, please, because I haven't watched it yet. Oh, I got to talk about how I feel about Daredevil with no spoilers. That's a challenge, but I'm up to the challenge. I'm really, really enjoying the show. I think that they've done such a great job of really making the show feel like the old series used to, while also bringing something completely new to the table. Like it still has all of the violence from the old show, but it also has a lot of action that we're not used to seeing as well, in different ways. So I'm really enjoying the show so far. I think they're doing a great job with it. Uh, you know, Basically the show started out in a way that they shot like the majority of the show and then scrapped a lot of it and went back and started over again because the cast just didn't feel like it was lining up with their visions for the characters and the old show. So I think we're really starting to see the it's starting to see like where some of the original things might be, like the subplot from last night's episode with Matt as a lawyer. I feel like that was probably from the original series, and then they obviously reworked it into what we're seeing now. So yeah, it is really, really fascinating. And, I try not to judge any of the shows until they're like completely done and we know everything. But especially those first 2 episodes of this season, I have been loving it. It's been really, really great. Let's see what the Jim says. Do you have a favorite year for music? For him, it's 1971. Wow. That is a really good year for sure. Lots of great music in that era. Man, the question is, what is my favorite year for music? Oh, that's a good question. I would have to say like 1965 probably because you've got the Beatles at their absolute peak. You've got the Beach Boys really doing their thing. You've got the Kinks. You've got the Rolling Stones. I mean, we've just got so much good stuff going on in 1965. So I think that that's probably my personal favorite year for music, but there are so many great options all throughout the 60s. I mean, 1964, the Beatles arrived. The Beach Boys are at the top of their game, too, in a lot of respects. 1966 is amazing for just, yeah, I would say somewhere between 64 and 66, and we'll cut it in the middle and say 65 for sure. Jackson Campbell says, congrats on 10 years. I've been watching since 2018. Wow, thank you so much. Stitch Brick says, hi, Jonathan. Just wanted to congratulate you on the massive milestone. You deserve every bit of success. Well, thank you very much. Quick question. Will you ever finish the Toy Story Showcase series? Thanks. Well, Toy Story, where I left off with it, would take us to Toy Story 3. And I would love to do a Toy Story 3 showcase and even a Toy Story 4 showcase. It was a long time ago that I did the Toy Story 1 and 2 showcase, so I would probably have to rebuild quite a few of the custom figures that I made back then, but I really should do a Toy Story 3 showcase. I honestly think the main reason I haven't done it is because I don't have every single set and every single figure from Toy Story 3. Like, for example, I do have Lotso, but I don't have the, like, dirty junkyard version of Lotso. So I would like need to track those down, and it's just something that I don't really think about all that often. Like, oh, I need to, track this down. Like when I'm shopping for Lego and things of the sort online, I just rarely think about the Toy Story stuff. Not that I don't like it, I just don't really think about it all that much. So yeah, I needed a little reminder to do that. So check it out, guys. We've got Ultron. I think this one's called Ultron Prime. Yes, I know my stuff. This is Ultron Prime, the red version from the Hulkbuster battle. Love this figure. It's so amazing. And don't forget, guys, we've got that Whatnot stream on Saturday night. So you can sign up in the link down below where the sets I'm building, the figures I'm building tonight will all be for sale. So you can get the exact sets and figures that I'm building on this stream right now. So that's going to be really cool. And that will be the only place for the foreseeable future you could get the limited edition, one of only 150 made, 10 years mini superheroes today bricks. So definitely don't want to miss out on that. But yeah, really, really fun stuff. Let's see. Let's Play Games asks, is there anything new you can say about your third album? Well, that's a very timely question. So thanks to Let's Play Games for that. Yes, I actually just got the early mixes for my third album yesterday. So I started to listen through those. I'm really, really excited about what I'm hearing there. And don't have a projected release date in mind just yet. It will be sometime this year, obviously a little bit later because it's not done and ready to go yet. But yeah, really, really excited about that. And I appreciate you asking. That is one thing that is certainly unique about me is that I do a lot of different things between social media, Lego, music, all of that good stuff. So yeah, definitely tough to know every single thing I'm up to because I wear lots of different hats. But I do appreciate you asking about the music. The music on this album is very, very different to anything I've done on my previous albums, which I think a lot of people are going to dig quite a bit. There's just a lot of different flavors and a lot of different genres we dip into on this one. And as any creative knows, like Let's Play Games, for example, does awesome stop motion Lego videos that I've been a part of doing voices for. So that's really cool. But as you know, when you're creative, there is just a certain excitement about creating your art and getting it out there in the world. And, right now it's mine, but come one of these days when it's released, it will be the world's. And that's always a wonderful feeling when you get to put out your art into the world for the first time and let other people hear what you've been dreaming up all this time. So, yeah. What is my favorite Batman the Animated Series episode? Mine is Beware the Gray Ghost, Trial, and Almost Got Him. Actually, my favorite episode is the Gray Ghost. So funny you should pick that one of all of them. That is my favorite episode. I just think that was such an inventive way to bring back Adam West to honor his legacy. I just thought that was such a great episode. And yeah, man, that is just, I love that episode. I wish we could get a Lego Gray Ghost minifigure. I realized that, heck, like we just barely even got Superman this year. So asking Lego to make Gray Ghost is a huge ask, but that would be really cool if they ever would, because that was a cool episode. I would love that. I mean, we did get the animated series Batmobile set, which is pretty cool, pricey, but a cool set nonetheless. So I suppose anything's possible, but yeah, I literally do not know what's happening with Lego DC these days. Nothing makes sense over there. It's crazy. Jedi Master Brick says, "Yo, I met you in London in September of 2022. Wow, that's awesome." Yeah, I was in London very briefly, literally for a day and a half in September 2022. That was on my way to Fan Media Days, which is an event that Lego puts on at Lego headquarters. And yeah, that was so much fun getting to see Abbey Road and the Leicester Square Lego store. We ate at Park Row, which is a DC owned and operated restaurant. So it's like Batman themed. Like you can literally eat in the Iceberg Lounge, and Catwoman's paintings are hanging up on the wall that she stole in, and all of that stuff. It's a really cool experience if you're ever in London. Highly recommend for the superhero fans. There is a video on my channel about that experience in London and everything. So definitely recommend that. But yeah, it was a really amazing experience there. Yeah. So let's see. What do we got? Jackson says, please do an updated Batman the Animated Series showcase. Now, I have to tell you guys, Jackson is a super huge fan and probably knows my content better than I do, to be honest. So that is definitely a very listened to ask that you want to see a new animated series showcase, and I will definitely add that to my to-do list for sure. That would be awesome. When that will happen, I have no idea, but it should happen, because now that we actually have minifigs from it, that helps a lot. Still can't believe all those sets and everything from the animated series, and we still don't have a new Robin. You realize we haven't had a new Robin minifig since, I think, 2019? Like, oh my gosh, that is insane. It's been over half a decade. Like, think about this. Mini Superheroes Today was only 4 years in the making the last time we got a new Robin minifig. Like, that's just absolutely bonkers. That's crazy. What do I think of the new Minecraft movie? Well, I haven't seen it, so it wouldn't be fair to judge, but at the same token, I really don't envision myself seeing it. Like, literally the only way I could see myself seeing it would be for the memes, and even then I don't know. If I had like AMC A list and I could go like basically for free, I might, but I don't, so I can't. What's my favorite movie of all time that's not superheroes? Ooh, that's a good question. Well, it's Raiders of the Lost Ark, Indiana Jones. I just think that not only is that my favorite movie of all time, I just think it's one of the best movies of all time, hands down, bar none. So I love that. Okay, guys. Well, I've just put the last pieces on to finish the Hulkbuster build here. So we got our first build of the stream done. Look at that Hulkbuster 2015. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's a cool build. It's nostalgic. But man, that one we got from Infinity Saga in 2023 definitely proves how good these things can be and how far the Lego Marvel theme has come. So that was cool. We got our first build done for today. Woo! Everybody clap from where you're at home. Round of applause. So I'm going to put all of this back in the box. And the next time we see this will be on Saturday night on the Whatnot stream, where these will be popping up for sale. So definitely make sure you bookmark that. And yeah, you don't want to miss it. There will be giveaways. There will be rare Lego stuff and all that good stuff. Now, we are moving on to the set that I was probably most excited about building today, and that is the 2016 Captain America Civil War Airport Battle. I just got this one in sealed just for this occasion, just for this. So really cool, super exciting. And as we get started with Civil War and we're talking about the factions and the sides, we've got a special guest who's joining us just at the right time. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please give it up 4. Bro thinks he's Duck Bricks. What's up, man?
And I'm here.
Oh my gosh, you picked the perfect time to join in. This is awesome.
Are you about to crack that open?
Oh yeah, sealed. Sealed.
Nice.
Okay, so because we've got 2 of the biggest Lego nerds there could possibly be here right now, what side of the box should I open? Should I open the side with like the set art on it? Or should I open the side that has like the Cap and Iron Man art on it?
See, that's a tough one. I'm assuming you're planning on keeping the box?
Well, I don't know. Everything here is going to be on Whatnot Saturday night. So really it's just for OCD. Which side feels better to
Hey,
open?
I'll vote for the side with the set art because you can already see the set art on the front, but
True.
the artwork on the other side is unique. So that's my vote.
True. Well, man, thanks for tuning in.
Dude, congrats on the anniversary. That's insane that you've posted every day for 10 years. My guy, bro doesn't think he's Duck Bricks. Duck Bricks could not do that.
If it weren't for Instagram stories, Duck Bricks would forget that Instagram even exists some days.
Correct.
Oh, man, dude, look at this. Look at that Case Fresh sticker sheet in there in the plastic
And that was
bag.
when we still had the comic books too.
I know. That's the most depressing part about this stream is realizing that like the days of getting all the extra packings and comic books are just so far behind us.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, look at this. That bag was already cut open. I don't know if that even shows on camera. Like it was like factory cut. I don't know if I've ever seen that actually. That's kind of weird.
I've seen it on some like discontinued sets if they've been around for a while and shaken up and kind of handed around. Like sometimes the bags could burst open. But yeah, that's interesting.
That honestly could be what's going on. I mean, this is a 9-year-old set at this point. So
is it? Oh man,
2016.
That
yeah,
does
now
not feel like 9 years old. Oh man.
So I have a crazy story with this set. Also, we got all the people saying Duck Bricks in the comments. But I have a crazy story with this set where my college roommate and I at the time went to a Walmart that I still go to on occasion because it's not too terribly far away. But we were going there on like a grocery run, and you know how it is when you're in college, right? Like you are like pinching pennies, and you know every penny counts.
Of course.
On those trips. So we go to Walmart and I found this set like super early. Like
I think
dude,
you told me this story.
Yeah, like weeks early. And since I've got him built up here, like the hype around this new Civil War Iron Man with like all the little mini arc reactors, like back then, if you weren't there and you weren't in the hobby, you just don't know how that hype was. Like this movie and these sets, and of course, this set being like the big draw because it was like the Giant Man spoiler, you know. But we had like all our groceries and everything and swung by the Lego aisle. And oh my God, here it is, this set out early. And so I had to choose between this and groceries. And I chose the set.
Good choice. Good choice. Good choice.
Good choice. Because not only would I not have gotten Ant-Man early, but the comic book too, which is just so cool.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, that's great. Did you get this set back in the day, like when it came out, or what was your...
I remember how I got every single Lego set for the most part. I can tell you exactly where I was when I was on a road trip to Oregon. And as you know, that's something that we got to do one of these days to hit up all the used Lego stores. But anyways, I was going there. I was going to the used Lego stores, and I was eating lunch at the food court in the mall in Portland. And this was my #1 set I wanted to get. I went. It happened to be during launch day. I did not, unfortunately, find it early, but I got it. And I was so excited. I literally opened it up in the food court while I was eating my chicken teriyaki or whatever, and built the entire thing in the food court. And that is how I got mine.
Well, that's crazy because like this set is like the big tower and then the little car, like that's literally what I'm building now, like the little luggage taxi and the Quinjet. This isn't a super and Giant Man. That's like the whole build. This isn't like a super easy to transport set.
Hey, all I'm saying is you know Duck Bricks can lock in. Like he can build Lego anywhere. It's one of his many special skills. So he knows how to lock in.
Oh, not a doubt, not a doubt. And that's the funny thing is like I mean, everybody watching this stream in the afternoon on a Wednesday is obviously like an absolute diehard Lego fan. Like, we don't even have to question that. So we all know that excitement, especially when it's like your favorite theme or like a really hype set to just get home and rip it open and build. I mean, there's no excitement quite like it.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's the best. And so, yeah, I remember like with this set, I couldn't wait to get home, and I wasn't doing YouTube content at the time, but I honestly like look back at life and think like, man, if I had made a YouTube video back then about finding this set early and like
Oh
had the
man.
first review of this set out in
Yeah.
2016, like I honestly wonder if my life would be completely different because I didn't even post my first YouTube video until the next year. So, like, I just,
Wow.
I wasn't even thinking about YouTube, to be honest. And my video would have been horrible because, like, I had no experience with it at all. But, like, I do sometimes sit back and think, like, man, if I had gotten started on YouTube an entire year earlier, like, then I could have been reviewing, like, every Lego Batman movie set as they were coming out. Like,
Oh man.
yeah, there was just a certain level of hype around, like, um, superheroes in that era that, like, I was
Right.
capitalizing on Instagram. But, just things you look back and think about all these years later.
I mean, dude, I'm in the same boat. Like, try starting a channel that focused a lot on Bionicle videos in the year 2020 after both
Yeah.
generations were long dead. Like, you gotta
When
go
did
back and think.
I know G2 didn't stick around for very long, but when did it actually end?
So that was 2015 and 2016, and they
Oh
killed
my
it
god.
2016. So that was, I mean, that was already 4 years by then. And the crazy thing is, for every single release of G2, it was, I mean, as you probably know, that was back when Target and Walmart didn't really care as much about street dates as they do today. So I
Yeah.
found like the entire wave of sets like a month early both times. I think one of
Oh
them was
my
actually at Toys
gosh.
R Us, because that was when
Uh,
Toys R Us would always have stuff early, and you could go like guaranteed like a couple weeks before release, and 9 times out of 10 they were gonna have early stuff. And the good old days for sure.
oh yeah. Well, okay. Now I need to see. We've got quite a few people watching here, guys. In the comments, let us know if you ever actually went to a Toys R Us because
Oh,
Toys R
I'm
Us was
sure.
like so like it feels like it wasn't that long ago, but it was like 6 or 7 years ago. Was like, and I'm not talking about this like pop up in Macy's. I'm talking like a physical Toys R Us location. Let us know in the comments.
And they're still around in like Asia and parts of Europe. Like they're still pretty prevalent there. Like you could go right now if you wanted to, but in the US, that's a very sad story.
Yeah, and if you didn't get to go to one in the US, you just I don't even know how you would explain what it was like. There was one here in Middle Tennessee, about an hour south of where I live in a town called Murfreesboro, if anybody is watching from Nashville and knows where that is. But I was there when they were like, getting ready to close. So they were like purging out their back rooms. And at the time, I was like collecting pretty much only Lego and Funko Pops. Um, so I wasn't really like looking for what I'm about to say I found, but
Yeah.
they had just like a pallet full of Spider-Man 2 Tobey Maguire era like coloring books with markers and stuff.
What?
And it's like it's not like the coolest thing in the world, but like if I walked in anywhere now and saw those like on clearance for $5, like I saw them then, I would buy every single one and
What makes
they
you
had
the
more
movie
in the back.
superheroes today?
They
That
do,
is
yeah,
a movie
actually though. But
superhero
like
statement.
yeah, like I just remember like walking past them because I was there with friends and just like laughing and being like, "Oh my god, can you believe they have this old stuff?" Like, like who's
Yeah.
gonna buy this? And now I'm like, I would like pay anything to find one of those. I should look it up and see what they go for now.
Yeah,
That would be amazing.
maybe maybe you shouldn't look it up. Maybe you'll feel a bit bad about making that decision to not get them.
Yeah, it would probably hurt. Looks like almost, well, I can't say everybody that's watching commented, but we got a lot of comments of people saying that they had been to Toys R Us. So thankfully, on this fortuitous day of celebrating my 10 years in content creation, where, I don't want to say I feel old, but you think 10 years is 10 years. I mean, it just is what it is. It makes me very happy to know that most people on my page are at least uh, were at least alive and able to go to a Toys R Us. That's amazing. Wow, Chatterbox says, ironically, I had a similar time like you. Found a bunch of
Crazy.
old Tobey Maguire Spider-Man books when Toys R Us was closing. Chatterbox, were they like the coloring book, like with the markers? Like, I wonder if Toys R Us corporate found like an entire warehouse of them and just sent them out to Toys R Us's.
You gotta wonder.
Yeah, I do wonder. Wow. Well, I'm glad that like everybody commenting is saying that they were at Toys R Us at the very least. That's good. Um,
I got a
let's
lot
see.
of Toys R Us memories. Oh,
Oh man, yeah, so many. It's I don't know. A lot of mine, like at least in the later days, center around the Lego Batman movie for some reason. Like they always had the best selection of Lego Batman movie sets. Like it wasn't even a competition.
I got the ultimate Batmobile early for my birthday because my birthday's in May, and I think it was releasing in June, and I got it early because of Toys R Us, and I was like, we're gonna save this. Like it was with my parents, they were like, we're gonna save this. You're gonna open it on your birthday, but that was like my number one set I wanted in 2017. Like, oh man.
Okay, I have one question, and then I have to introduce a surprise here. But the question is, did your parents actually make you wait till your birthday to open it?
Yep.
Wow.
We were at Toys R Us. We found they're like, we're getting it, but we're holding on to it. We're wrapping it, and it's going to be a birthday gift, and you will be surprised when you see it on May 29th.
Oh my gosh, I love that. Okay, well, speaking of surprises, I have a big one, a big surprise for everybody that's here. I don't even think you can see this like in your backstage experience, Chris. I don't even think you know what the surprise is.
No.
Okay. I'm very, very excited that we are now expanding the live stream with another special guest.
Oh boy.
It is a Lego Bros on Tour reunion.
Let him cook. King.
Oh my gosh. So for people that watch all of our channels, this was our entire crew that we traveled to Europe in September. It was the three of us. Crazy.
How's it going?
What's up, man?
Dude. Ethan,
Oh man.
where's my Minecraft cow?
No.
Dude has it on display on his shelf. That's crazy.
I didn't like that it was inaccurate, so I traded it for the accurate version.
Oh, it was the sheep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
mine's the
one of
cow.
them.
Yeah.
The
So
cow.
I ended up trading it for the accurate version.
Oh,
from the
you
Lego
traded
set.
it. Yeah. You
Yeah.
got rid of it. Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, Ethan's like, oh, my little cousin had the regular one. I just traded him.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That is a nice backdrop with the light with your name, dude. I gotta get that.
It is. Oh yes, you need to. You need just cook.
Look at this. My guys. I cook.
Oh my goodness.
What is that?
This is an official European light up Lego store display. Now the boys are not letting me hang it outside of our apartment, so it's gonna have to go in my room here. But it is an official store display like sign that says Lego. You know, when like you're in Europe and you're walking down the street and you see a Lego sign, go. This is one of them.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Put that on one of your corners. That would be an amazing backdrop.
Yeah. Let me cook.
Yeah.
Where did you find that?
I found it. I believe it was on like some random like Lego Facebook Marketplace group, like one of those weird groups. Yeah.
Well, speaking of Lego and of Europe, in this set we got three. What's it called? Little suitcases. And this one says BLL on it because it's an airport. And BLL is the airport code for the Billund Airport. So they put a little reference in there, which is pretty cool. I feel like most people wouldn't think like, oh, what is BLL, or even think to look it up, but it is the Billund Airport. So that's what that one was for.
That's
awesome. Amazing.
That's crazy that the gang is reunited.
I know. It would have been Atlanta, but someone forgot about it.
My guy. What was I doing? What was I doing during that?
You were in like Switzerland or something.
Oh, I was in Switzerland. My bad. Yeah, my bad. Duckworks goes on side question here. From time to time. You know, it's like when duty calls, it's like I gotta go.
But we have to be completely honest too that yes, you were in Switzerland, but before Switzerland was even booked, you'd forgotten about it. Like,
No, I did not forget.
guys.
No, I would have gone. Wait, are you guys going to Brickworld Chicago this year, though?
Oh yeah. That's like a necessity.
Maybe.
I'm honestly not sure right now. Maybe,
no.
but I'm just honestly not sure right now.
Fair enough. I'm debating it. It's going to be a busy year for travel for sure. But it would be cool to go.
Oh
Yeah, I mean, for anybody watching that's never been to Brickworld Chicago, I mean, I would say it's pretty much one of the biggest Lego conventions in the world, like both square footage wise, attendance, build size wise. I mean, it's definitely an amazing convention to go to. There's no doubt about it.
Mm-mm.
It's a good one.
It's the crazy one.
Ethan, how many years have you gone to that one? Because
if I go again this year, it'll be 3.
Okay,
so this will be my third.
Wait, so really? Because I also that would be my third as well.
Really?
So
okay. So we're tied. Virginia would be if I go to Virginia this year, it'll be 4 because my first convention outside of a Texas one was Virginia, and we drove that year.
Oh my god!
I believe this was the convention where I met Jonathan. Like
I think that's about right. Yeah.
And
was it 21 or 22?
22.
22. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22.
I'll be turning 22 in a few weeks.
Yo, happy early birthday!
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Awesome, amazing. Oh,
have you made any birthday plans?
Honestly, I have not. So, I'm gonna go with the flow. So I'll wake up and do whatever. So
that's not so bad. There's always something fun to get into.
Mm-hmm.
That's for sure.
Well, speaking of guys, we actually got to lock in for Scarebic this year.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
We're all locking in, right? Like we can agree right now. Like we're rolling it back. Okay. I'm just checking.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm so down for that.
So for people watching that might not know, Scarebec sounds like it's a made-up Scrabble word, but Scarebec is a convention that's put on in it's in Denmark, but it's not like put on by Lego, but it's very affiliated with Lego. Like a lot of designers will be there, people that work for Lego. And so, you're just like walking around and it's like, oh, this guy like literally designed this set I built last week, or oh, this designer's been there for 20 years and has done all these iconic sets. And you can literally just be like standing next to them looking at a mock and like, you may or may not even have any clue like who you're sitting next to. So it's a really cool convention. There's tons and tons of rare Lego there. And it's fun because like people from Europe come here and they see all kinds of Lego things for sale that they would never see in Europe. And then we go over there and we see all kinds of things that we would never see at conventions over here. Now, to be completely honest, it is definitely weighted more toward the awesome side, that you see way more cool stuff over there than you see over here. Just because with Lego being, obviously in Denmark for its entire life, there's a lot of stuff from like the early days of Lego that really didn't make it too far outside of Denmark because of like export and things like that. And then, stuff just gets passed in between families. And so, you find a lot of like old wooden toys and the plastic cars and things like that. In fact, Ethan's got a wooden toy.
Well, you say you find it's actually unfortunate though if you happen to be with these two, because one could say you can find them, but I would say they have found them, and Duckbricks was left with none.
Boo-hoo cries with 14 shipping boxes.
Okay, Ethan, you got to tell the people the story about when you found that tractor, because it's like we were at this like flea market, antique store kind of thing, like just outside of Billund, and Ethan comes around the corner and he's like, "Hey, Jonathan, I think I found something. Like, could you come like take a look at this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So we go around the corner.
Hey, Duckbricks, I think I found something.
Well,
we all know why. Well,
to start things off, Jonathan was the first person to find wooden Lego. Like,
That's
and
true.
he found the wooden box. I don't have
the blocks.
It comes with these blocks that are right here, a whole case, and it's a really nice set. So I was like, "Oh my goodness, there can't be more than one person that find wooden Lego. Jonathan won. And then I come across this. They're in 2 separate bags. And I was like, what is this? I couldn't tell you what it was. But I was like, I think it feels Lego-ish, old Lego, but I didn't know for certain. So I was like, Jonathan, here, what is this?
known. I'm just saying, he would have. If you asked him, he would have known. It's okay.
And I was planning on just getting the tractor, but Jonathan peer pressured me into getting the little, I guess, the trailer as well. And
all of this was done while Duckbricks was like a less than 10-second walk away from part of the store. All of this discussion happened without Duckbricks' knowledge.
But a 10-second walk for you is half a mile. I mean,
I just have to point out, I just love that Chris has reached the level of insanity that he refers to himself in the third person. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
And then, funny enough, right after I find that the tractor, I find a very similar block set to what Jonathan got. So,
I'm so done. So someone me the other day and was like, "Hey, I have a full set of blocks in this box. Do you want to pay $12,000 for it?" And these bozos could not have paid more than $50 for theirs.
One thing that I love about the Europe trip, I started the Europe trip as like, "Hey, here's a Lego. Do you want this?" And then it ended. I'm like, "Take it. I want it."
Amazing. Yeah, we had so many great finds. I mean, what would you guys say was your favorite find when we were in Europe?
Oh, that's a hard question.
That's hard. There was so much that was good.
Yeah, we found an absolute ton. I mean, the wooden blocks are up there for me. I just can't believe how cool those were.
Dude is actually rubbing it in. That's crazy.
No, the right answer, the friendships that were built along the way, the journey.
Yes. The operative word being built.
that was important.
The operative word being built. I love it. So what's the latest thing you guys have built? I mean, Ethan, your builds are always something crazy.
I recently, we've had a lot of time to think. Like in Europe, that was probably the longest I've gone without making a video in my room. So I was definitely on the trains. I was brainstorming what is the next step of Ethan the Artisan. So I had this idea. What if we focused on long form videos? And all we have to do is, if we have a mindset of each just turning those into shorts, it's basically an extra kind of the reusing content, but with different audiences. So I've been focusing on long form videos and turning those into shorts. And I've done about, 8 long form since Europe, 8 long form videos since Europe. And then I've just been editing those into shorts. And I've probably got 40 short videos in the backlog, because I did the alphabet. And then most recently, I built cars out of Lego and I raced them. This was the steampunk one.
That's so cool.
And my favorite one was the medieval Beastmaster. And I built a little castle car and I raced them at the end. I used all my base plates to create a big ramp. And that video was it's doing pretty well. I'm happy with the results for that. So just doing that type of stuff, focusing on long form videos because it's fun. It's kind of you kind of spending more time on creating one thing rather than every 3 days working on something different. So it's different, and I'm enjoying the process so far.
That was my next question: is if you're enjoying the change of pace with that, because obviously, I guess Chris, you're kind of the king of long form content. And Ethan, you've done short form content for the most part, and I've kind of been somewhere in the middle with doing both. So it's kind of interesting that between the three of us, we all do similar content in the sense that it's all about Lego, but we all do really different things too at the same time. So it's kind of fascinating.
We are a group of people that really everything that we do, we're a triangle, and that's what I love about us,
That is true. Nobody's stepping on any toes. And that's one of the things, ironically, talking about the haul in Europe and everything. like we were obviously all excited about like wooden toys and wooden ducks if we were to find one or something like that. Like obviously all of us would like that, but like, well, I guess I can't say this because of Ethan's Bionicle book find, but
yeah, disagree, dude. Absolutely.
yeah.
Hey, Jonathan, he doesn't know the part 2 to that story.
About how like, oh, we all want to buy different things and our interests are different. Nah, disagree. You guys sniped me like 10 times.
Yeah.
Well, Chris, what's the latest things you've been working on? You just made your move to New York, so you might be building furniture more than Lego right now.
That's true. I spent most of last night. We said we're gonna play piece by piece on loop, but just the part where he says piece by piece until we finish building our furniture as motivation to finish building the furniture. And so we did. But the latest thing I got is actually this, which is pretty cool. It's one of the smaller wooden ducks. It's a little beat up, but it was a pretty good price. And Duck Bricks always has to come out with a collection of ducks. So,
oh yeah,
this is the latest acquisition.
That's amazing.
Do you know like what year or era that would be from? I mean, they're obviously all pretty old, but I know sometimes like you could tell by the different paint jobs and stuff.
I do. I should know this off the top of my head. I don't. It's like, oh man, I gotta check. Yeah. Thank you, Ethan. Really, really helpful.
Yeah, it's actually from the future. Yeah.
But well, actually,
I just finished building the Scarlet Witch, the 2016 one that had that exclusive waistcape piece. Dude. It is crazy to like open a waistcape piece from 2016, like completely unfolded, like brand new. It's like amazing.
There is something that I've been working on, Jonathan, and this actually is tied to you.
Okay.
Where is it? Okay.
You know it's good when you hear the pieces rattling.
Finally, I have made use of this random Ziploc of parts that you gave me.
Nice.
I sat down. I don't know if anyone in the chat recognizes what this might be for, but basically like a year ago, Jonathan handed me this bag of pieces and was like, do you want this? Go crazy. And I was like, yes, I absolutely do. And I proceeded to do nothing with it for a year, but I just placed all the Bricklink orders I need to finish it last night.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. I'm curious for everybody that's, if somebody commented and said, Chris does feature film length content. That's amazing. Crypto Brick said that. That's amazing.
Correct.
And accurate. Okay, I know your longest video has to be the Bionicle, like, full lore video. Do you know what your next longest video is?
Great question. I don't know. Well, I'm doing a Ninjago full lore video that's already at like 13 hours, and it's like I think that will be the longest.
Oh my gosh! I guess it's even longer than Bionicle.
Yeah, it really. I wonder. Can you sort by video length? That's actually quite a good question. Ethan might know.
I don't think so. Only latest are popular.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, you could do it like in YouTube Studio, probably.
Oh, man.
There's the oldest 9 years ago.
That was back when I just like had my old channel. Dude,
was it the same name or is it?
No, it was a different name. I just changed the name when I made Duck Bricks because I only started Duck Bricks in 2020. But like I had posted like a couple of videos here and there just for fun. But man, second longest, I have no idea. No clue. Jonathan, what's your longest? And well, I guess Ethan doesn't really do long form, so
I don't know. I mean, I'm looking up right now if there's a way. Yeah, I don't think you can do it that way. It's just by views.
There's like
at least in YouTube Studio.
Yeah, there's like a Chrome extension that you can do it for. Okay, well, I mean, I'm kind of curious now. Like, let's.
Well, my 10-year retrospective video the other day was. Oh, I know what my longest is because it's my most popular. It was the original Avengers Endgame showcase. It was an hour and 13 minutes long. I'm almost certain that's the longest video on my channel. I can't think of one that like even is comparable to that. I think my Avengers Tower review was a pretty long video too, but I don't think it was like, Avengers Tower was 53 minutes.
Wow.
That's probably my next longest one. And then the third longest would be the one I just put out, the 10-year retrospective. That's like just under 45. So
makes sense. This extension doesn't work. I'm trying. This is not working.
Oh my gosh, you downloaded the extension just as
I'm trying it. I know. I'm curious. Well, I think I know what it's probably going to be because I just recorded a full collection tour right before moving, and I'm pretty sure it's like 4 hours long. So
my gosh. I don't even know how you keep your sanity for 4 hours. That's wild.
Bold of you to assume I had any to begin with.
Yeah,
I am Duck Bricks after. It is Duck Bricks after all.
You know, Avengers: Age of Ultron. Duck Bricks is an AI. There's a Duck Bricks, and it's going to take over the world.
It will. It will.
Dude, it would not like surprise me at all if Duck Bricks like completely just turned himself into AI.
Yeah.
You know,
actually, wait. With Chris here on the stream right now, I can do my Duck Bricks impression for everybody. I can do this. All right, are we ready?
Oh yeah.
Okay. And it's perfect because, like, you know, if you've been watching the stream for some time now, you've been listening to Chris, so you could hear me do the impression.
I gotta hit him with a mini superheroes impression after this.
Oh god, it's gonna be so bad.
Nah, it's gonna be fire.
It's gonna be so bad. See, the problem is like yours is gonna be making fun of me, but mine is like actually a genuinely good impression of you. Like that. This is the difference. This is the difference. But okay, here we go.
He needs the Duck Bricks mic.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And I need to be walking backwards down the steps for this. Okay, are we ready? This is our Duck Bricks impression. Hey there, thanks for tuning into Duck Bricks. I'm Chris, and today we're taking a look at the history of Bionicle. But this isn't just any video. I actually flew all the way to Copenhagen to go to the headquarters of Bionicle co-creator Christian Faber. So let's head over to Faber's office and see what we can find.
That's the point. He got the point.
Yeah.
He got the Duck Bricks point.
And then the Duck Bricks logo. And now we're in Faber's office. It's perfect. It's literally perfect.
There is one video. I don't even remember at this point which one, but there's one video where just for fun, we had Jonathan do a Duck Bricks impression to start the video, and I just published it, and it was like a random video. I don't even remember at this point which one it was, but I genuinely don't think people noticed. Like, I genuinely think people like just saw it as a normal video.
I would probably agree. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me cook. Hey guys, Jonathan, aka Mini Superheroes Today here. Now, I love Lego Marvel, but honestly, I really am not too happy with the latest Avengers Endgame set. You know, it just feels to me that as a giant Ant-Man fan, we should have been getting Ant-Man as a giant minifigure. I mean, if you look at this amazing Civil War set that we got back in 2016, back in the golden days of superheroes, why don't we get that anymore?
Bro,
I'm gradually turning into a cowboy.
Yeah.
That's crazy, dude.
They need to cast you for young Sheldon in that show.
Oh my gosh, young Sheldon. I don't even know what to say to that one. Wow.
Oh, boys. Well, I gotta run. I just realized I'm 4 minutes late to a work call, so I gotta get going, guys. But this
my gosh, you gotta tell them it was the 10-year anniversary.
It was.
That'll be fine.
Sometimes things take priority. It's okay.
That's right. Well, thanks for hanging out, man.
This was so fun. Ethan, Jonathan,
yes.
We will catch up. We must have a reunion. You guys got to come out for my housewarming in New York, maybe.
Yes.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Let me know.
Let's do it. All right. See you guys.
All right. See you, man.
That was legendary.
Oh yes, absolutely. It was great that the timing lined up that we were all on call and on stream at the same time.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. So, what's your next convention on the docket?
In a couple of months, I think it's in May, we have one in Alabama, Brick Fan Expo, Alabama. I think it's in Birmingham. So that's like advertised as the Brick Fair Alabama coming back, but under Brick Fan Expo. That's how it's advertised as. So I'm drivable. I'm like 8 hours away, so I'll be able to drive there and bring all my
Yeah, I
stuff.
might have to
So
come down for that one because it's not too far away from me.
really,
It's a
that would be.
couple hour drive. I mean, it's a drive, but it's not too bad.
Oh yeah, that would be amazing. It's always good to
Yeah,
see you.
I might have to swing down for that.
Oh yeah, and it's under the same convention center as it was back in the day too. So
Oh, that's actually a pretty cool convention center too. I
mhm.
actually like that one a lot. Did you ever go there back in
I
the day?
never went. Never
Okay,
went.
so it's this like interesting thing. It's like retro futurism. Like it like feels like a super futuristic building, but it's also like super old and antiquated looking. Like I've never been anywhere quite like it, to be honest. It's a very uh well, you'll see here in just a
Oh
couple weeks.
man.
It's a pretty interesting building. But yeah, it's huge too. Like I remember having to like park kind of far away, but then like once you get in, you have to walk like a country mile. But it is really cool. In fact, it's fun with today being like a reflective video and like looking back over all the years. Um, it's interesting because I saw the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man figure there for the first time ever. Like they did the yard sale on Saturday night, I want to say. And the yard sale was pretty good. I actually found a lot of good stuff there. And it's interesting too, like when you go to different like Lego conventions all around and you see different yard sales, like you do see different stuff at different ones. So it is pretty interesting in that way. But anyways, staying on topic here, at the end of the yard sale, this guy came through and he had like a trench coat. And like the yard sale was done and like most people had filtered out and he like opened his trench coat and like threw out all these minifigs and they were all like rare employee minifigs and Comic-Con figures and stuff like that. And it's just like part of me is like, why didn't he have these set up at the yard sale? And then I'm like, oh, like he didn't want everybody to like see this stuff. He just waited till the end and like he probably knew that anybody that was hanging out at the end of the yard sale was like, serious buyers. So yeah, you just had all these Comic-Con figures, and I think only one of them, if even one of them, had the packaging. Like, so a lot of them were loose, and there is certainly a lot of value when it comes to the packaging being included and all that. But yeah, it was just so cool. Like, I don't even know how many, or at that point, if any, Comic-Con figures I had seen at that point. So it was just so crazy to see this guy just like open his trench coat and throw out like honestly probably like $30,000 worth of minifigs, like they were just like M&Ms or something. Like,
Oh my goodness.
yeah,
That
it
is
was crazy.
crazy. And
And
that
then
was
the other, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
and that was the last one in Alabama was like 2017, or was it?
Yeah. So
That's
you know what? That's actually a good point. That like it was like $30,000 worth of minifigs back then. Like
mhm.
imagine now what it would be. Just because all that stuff has gone up in value so much. So yeah, that's a good point. But that was an interesting convention because I was down there for the whole weekend and we had like rented an Airbnb like Friday, check in Friday, leave Sunday kind of deal. And it was a really cool place, but interestingly enough, like there was this huge winter storm that they were warning about, like that could come through and like, just be aware and be prepared and da da da. And so, we're watching this storm and as the night's rolling on, it's like, oh my gosh, this is going to turn into like an actual legitimate blizzard. Like this isn't just like, oh, it's just a little something. It's like, this is going to be bad. And
Oh,
so, yeah, we went to the yard sale and we were trying to decide like, do we just leave in the morning and like just drive through the snow as it snows? And we're like, you know what? Even though the Airbnb is paid for and everything, we probably need to leave tonight just to make sure that like we get out of here and get safe because with the snow, I'm in Nashville, so it's not that far of a drive, but it is far enough that like if the snow shut down the city or the roads were dangerous to drive on, like we would have been stuck in Alabama for like days.
oh
So
man.
we ended up making it back to Nashville, driving late through the night. And thankfully we got back here safely. But yeah, it ended up actually like legitimately turning into like, the southern version of a blizzard and the snow was really bad. So
Yeah.
um, yeah, it was absolutely crazy.
And the roads aren't really made for that. They just become super slippery, and they're not prepared for. Especially southern towns are not prepared for, because every time it gets cold, our like pipes freeze and all that. Our houses are not built for blizzards and snow.
Yeah, obviously, well, it's obvious to us because we know each other, but
Yeah.
people here might not know that you're in Texas. And so, were you affected a couple years ago with like the power outages and all that? With all that?
Oh yeah, yes.
Oh my gosh!
Because we were not only were we out of power, we have well water and our well froze, so we
Oh,
had no power and no water.
oh man, for how long?
It was like over like about a week, I think. It was crazy.
Wow! Oh
So it's
my
like
gosh!
on top of being cold.
Yeah, you just got to bundle up with blankets and just hope that it passes by. Did you guys have like generators and stuff like that? Like
We
at
yeah.
least to get you by a little bit? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's still crazy to me, like, living in 2025 that like power generators are even a thing. Like, I don't know how to explain that. It's just so crazy to me that like they even exist.
Funny
But
enough,
yeah.
from last year with Brick Rodeo, I had back-to-back conventions, and the week before Nashville was Brick Rodeo. So there's Brick
Huh?
Rodeo and then Nashville, and there was a hurricane that was in between there. So
Oh
it's
my
like
gosh.
we left trying to just because I was afraid I wouldn't be able to make it to Nashville because we drove and
Yeah.
it was like 10 hours, and we were able to beat the hurricane, but we had no power at the time when we left. But luckily, my brother stayed and took care of things. But it was
Oh
crazy.
my gosh. Was he okay? Like, it sounds
Yeah.
like he was home alone at that point.
Hmm.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy. Like we've got all kinds of people watching from all over, so it's tough to say. But I do think it's kind of fun to like. Well, it's not fun in the sense of like having to relive this stuff, but it is fascinating to think that like we all experience so many different things as far as just like where we live and what we have to go through. Like if you live in Arizona, like you might never have to think about some of these things, but then we might never have to think about like the crazy heat waves that they could get there, and
Oh man.
just it. There's truly nowhere 100% safe to live. Like there just isn't.
Hmm.
um, but yeah, so okay, so Alabama's the next one. Um, yeah, I'll be curious. Like, do you know exactly when that is?
It would be like mid-May. It's like May 16th and 17th.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, I keep a paper calendar, so I'm not in front of it, so I don't know if I could even do that one. But
Hmm.
um, yeah, it's close enough. Like, even if I just drove down for the day or something, that would be really cool.
Oh wow. How many conventions did you do last year? If I
Oh
remember
my
correctly.
gosh, last year was scary. Like, if you count like Comic Cons and things of that nature, which honestly I would count them.
I would count that.
Yeah, I would say it was somewhere in the vicinity of like 19 or 20.
Oh man, because
Yeah.
I would even count A full days and Scareback as
Okay. See, I would count Scareback, but I'm not sure if I would count a fall day.
okay. Okay.
But I could see what you mean, though. It's kind of like a 1 day convention. It's kind
Hmm.
of like that. So maybe. Um, but yeah, I do want to get back to that. But just for all the people watching that are invested in the builds, just built the control tower from Captain America Civil War. This has all kinds of cool play features, like those boxes that just slid off the platform there. I'll show you those in a second. But we got like the gate that Ant-Man can crash through. The boxes stack up here, and then they can like be pushed out. You can push this tab down, and it makes this wall fall out. And then on the back, there's actually like interior for like the airport workers to be in. Although the set didn't come with any airport workers, hypothetically, if it did. But then we have these boxes here that are really cool that all have stickers on them. They all had some pretty deep cut MCU references like Stark Industries, AIM, and Hammer Technologies. So I always thought that was really cool. This set had like a ton of Marvel Easter eggs in it, and like especially compared to now, like way, way, way more Easter eggs than we see in sets these days. It's like a completely different thing now. But yeah, I don't know. Like, so Ethan, you've always done kind of like builds that are a little bit more on the not based on a set side, but I know that up on your shelves there you actually have like a lot of sets too. So I'm just curious, like, what was your journey like when it comes to building Lego? Like, were you always like a set builder and then you just started to mock? Was it the other way around? Did you just buy sets for pieces and build your own thing? Like, because I'm a set guy through and through. I've only started to mock build like somewhat recently, the last couple of years. So
So I grew up with two older brothers, and we kind of just all loved Lego. Our first Lego set was the 2008 Republic gunship, and
Whoa.
I don't know if y'all know that set. That's many, especially older Star Wars fans, Lego Star Wars fans. That's like in their top 5, and I absolutely love that set. And one of my favorites is even the 2013 gunship because of that set. So it's like that set is a huge part. And then by the time I guess 2014 comes around, I discover the online community with the Lego, kind of the Lego space. And we have a few sets at the time, and I started watching a ton of like Lego Star Wars videos. Like my first ever creator was Lego Buff Productions, and I don't know if you remember him. He created Lego Star Wars clone bases, and I remember
cool.
I wanted all the kind of those battle packs back in the day, because 2014 was a really good Star Wars year, or I guess really 2013 was, and 2014
that whole
was
era back then 2013 was a good Star
Mhm.
Wars era, but honestly, like those early 2010s for Star Wars, like they just had so many classics drop. Like sometimes an entire wave was just instant classics.
I know, yeah. And I would say the top 3 themes back in the day was Star Wars, Ninjago, and Marvel. I would say those were my top 3. And I've had way more sets than I had. I've taken apart so many.
Yeah.
Because it's like I don't have space for it, or I mean, when you're building a mock and you need a part and there's a set that has that piece that you've been looking for hours.
Yeah.
It's hard not to just grab it. And I would say I used to be more into sets as I used to, but once because I was under a different name. I was the real Lego Man Productions, and the mocks that he built was I look at it through a third person. It's funny, but I built basically 90% of my builds were Star Wars mocks, and I was huge into Star Wars. I still am. It just things change, so I built a lot of Star Wars builds, and still collecting the sets. The Rogue One wave was really good. And I got, back in 2015, I was probably 12 at the time when that came out. So, I wanted I wanted that entire wave, and I didn't get that wave. But in Kroger, about a few months later, Kroger's is a grocery store that happens to sell Lego. And they
lucky you. They barely ever have Lego here in Nashville. like maybe CMFs and like some $20 and under sets, but never.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But they had most of the wave, the episode 7 wave, 50% off. Just a few months after. So I was like, I looked at my wallet, how much do I got? And I spent all my money to get that wave. So that wave has a special place in my heart. The sets are really good.
And that's the other thing. Yeah, those sets are so good.
Mm-hmm. And basically that was 2015. And then kind of once, I'm still trying to, I'm posting long form videos at this point, basically set reviews and what I can building wise. And then once kind of COVID hits, that's where I start making TikTok videos, because it's like YouTube's only, it's fun, but I converted to TikTok, started making videos, and they're super fun. So kind of snowballed from there. I built my Lego Star Wars Tensegrity, which is behind me, and that was kind of the spark of it all, because it was kind of combining 2 trends into one.
Yeah. That one's so cool with like the Mustafar battle. It's so cool, man. Well, we got a really cool comment here. Well, first off, Dead Brick says, happy 10-year anniversary, mini superheroes today. I appreciate that. We got a comment here that I thought we should address. Mine says, what is the worst Lego Marvel set?
Oh, the worst Lego Marvel.
I've got one that comes to mind for me, but let's hear what you think yours is first.
Well, I don't, I have a lot of Marvel, but I have like a lot of old Marvel. So it's like, I remember I had that first Marvel wave. I hated that Black Widow was in the most expensive set, and I didn't have that. So that's not necessarily a worse set. It just, I didn't have that minifigure, and I had everyone else. So
the only saving grace is that minifigure was not very good. We've gotten much better ones since then. But at the time, especially that summer, because you would have been pretty young then, basically the perfect Lego collecting age, to play with it as a toy, not just like, you know, to put it up. So yeah, to have all 5 Avengers but not Black Widow, like Lego absolutely knows what they're doing with like breaking up the figures and making you get every set. Like they absolutely know what they're doing, and they've been masters at that like literally forever, since 1999 Star Wars. Honestly, like they've always known how to get you. But I know that this is crazy because like the set I'm picking technically, my computer slipped sliding away on me here. Gravity gave out. Hang on.
Yeah, gravity. There's some days that just gravity works differently. I swear.
Yep. Gravity didn't want me to say what I think the worst Lego Marvel set is. That's what I think. But no, I honestly think that it is that Endgame Portals set that just got revealed. And the reason being is it's just like, when I'm looking at worst set, I just mean like the minifigures, so many of them aren't accurate. So many of them we have already. The price is way too much money, like for what it is. It's just like there are a lot of factors going into it that I just feel like are not good. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's a rough one. I don't know. Like, it's not really fair to say until I actually build it too. Like, I do want to be honest about that. Like, it's not fair to say like, oh, my least favorite set is a set that I've just seen pictures of. But like, it's hard for me to think of a set that's like not in congruence with value like that one, if it makes sense. It's just really, it's a tough one. It's really tough.
And 90% of 100, you can kind of look at pictures and be able to tell it's a good set or a bad set. Now there is that small percentage where you do get a set and you totally have vice versa, you know, just
yeah, like you're surprised after you build it, but that doesn't happen that often. Like usually it's like you get a set and you're like willing to give it a chance and then you find out it's better. But like a lot of times you can tell, like, even if you're just basically interested in it or not, you know. But then let's see. We got another question that is the opposite question. That what's the best Lego Marvel set?
Ooh, let's see. Right, one that I'm gonna say that I have, and then one that I really want.
Okay.
Right now, the best Marvel set, because I have a decent amount on the. I went through an era where I wanted to collect every Guardians ship, and for a time I had them all.
Yeah.
I think I just haven't got the new Milano that came out recently. But I love the Benatar.
That one's so good.
The Benatar right now is my favorite. It's just a sleek design. I love it. It's swooshable. And I need to get my hands on the new Milano because it basically is a very similar build, just kind of different colors. So I need to get my hands on that one. But the Benatar is absolutely amazing. I love that it was one of the few sets that it was big and came with a stand. And I love that.
Yeah.
So
yeah. It's nice that these Marvel sets, like the big ships, are coming with stands now. Like that is definitely nice move in the right direction. But yeah, I would agree that the Benatar is pretty amazing. I'd be curious, especially since you like have an affinity for the Guardians ships, what you would think of the Milano, because I think I like it better than the Benatar, but I do like both. You know what I mean? It's just like I would have put the Benatar up there too until I built the Milano, and then I put the Milano just a little bit higher now.
And the Guardians movies are my favorite, so I'm sure if I did get it, it would be the replacement. But also, I also really want to get the two sets that I really want to get, but I just don't know where I would put it. Is I want to get the two big ones. Oh my goodness, that looks.
Yep. I just wanted to give a progress update to everybody watching.
I prefer that one than the new one that's coming out. Like, and I want Stark Tower and the Daily Bugle. I need those sets. Those are kind of staples, I feel like, in the Marvel Lego community. So
big time. I mean, there hasn't been any like even thought about this, but like the Daily Bugle has been around for a long time, and the Sanctum Sanctorum I think the Sanctum got retired, and that came out after the Daily Bugle technically. So it's one of those things that like, I wonder how much longer the Daily Bugle will be around for. But it also won that Toy of the Year award the year it came out in 2021. And when Lego sets get like a big award like that, they tend to stick around for a long time because, like, obviously it's a really popular, set when that's the case. So, yeah, I don't know. It's like, I'm just saying it's been around for so long that, like, it's probably closer to the end of its life than not. But then, of course, the Daily Bugle and honestly Avengers Tower, that's kind of like the equivalent of the Death Star in Star Wars. And like, that set was around for so long, even after the minifigs were outdated, just because it's like the ultimate set for that theme. So I do sometimes like wonder if the Daily Bugle is like gonna retire sooner than not. But then, I just go through the exact logical loop that I just gave you now that, like, maybe not. I don't know. I would just say if you're going to get either one, probably the Bugle first, just because it's older. So it would give you more time to save up for the Tower. But, that's just looking at the evidence as it is and like kind of wondering how long each one would be around for.
The only thing behind that, you remember a few years ago when Lego had certain sets that went up in price while still being out?
That was crazy.
And that, I believe that was one of the ones. So I think it's now $350 and it was $300. The same thing was with Ninjago City Gardens. And it's so hard, like, because I bought Ninjago City Gardens before.
Right.
And then I was planning on getting that. And it's just so hard because it's just, I totally understand it. It's so hard because you have the memories of it being this price. And now it's this. So.
Yeah, it's like when you knew what it used to be, like you just kind of kick yourself for not getting it before the price went up. I wonder how they did that. Like, if you could order it online, if it was like out of stock or something, like would you get it for the original price? I don't know how that worked back in the day.
Yeah,
can't remember. Yeah, it was. I don't know. It feels like it was so long ago now, but it really wasn't. I mean, it was just a couple years ago.
Yeah, it's crazy. And that's the struggle of being a long-term Lego fan. Is just you see set. If sets are going to raise like if their prices are going to get raised, let it cycle through and then come up with a new version. It's too painful.
Exactly. Yeah, it does get pretty painful. Well, let's see. I'm rounding the bases for home here on the Ant-Man. On the Giant Man build, and this was fun back in the day because, like, people were wondering, like, after the first Ant-Man movie, like, oh, will he ever turn into Giant Man? And it actually got spoiled with this set, the Lego set. That's how we got spoiled that this was even going to happen. And I just like look at the way that Marvel and even Lego have like evolved now. I really can't see them like majorly spoiling a movie today like they did with this one. I mean, it wasn't like a spoiler like, oh, the movie's actually about Tony's parents and not like the Sokovia Accords. Like, it wasn't that type of a spoiler, but it was a pretty big spoiler back then. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's crazy to think about. Like, this set literally like showed you the biggest action sequence of the entire movie.
Yeah, it's absolutely wow.
It is.
That's
and I
crazy.
like too that you could like move his mouthpiece down to see like Scott Lang smiling underneath. It's not accurate to how the helmet works in the movie, but it's still cool in its own way.
When did we get an Ant-Man minifigure based off Scott Lang?
So, ironically, I have one of the sets here. This was the last time he appeared in his actual like Ant-Man outfit. This was in 2018 in the Ant-Man and the Wasp set. Before that, the first one came in 2015 in the original Ant-Man set. And then the following year after this set in 2019, we got the quantum suit version that just had like the new helmet, but not the actual like hero suit. So to me, like I know the quantum suit counts as an Ant-Man figure, but I never count it because it's like just the helmet that was unique. I know it technically does count, and I know it technically should count. I'm just saying, to me, like, I don't even think about it when the question is like, what's the last Ant-Man? So if you want to be like specific, it was 2019. But if you want to be technical, like the last hero Ant-Man was 2018. So it's been 7 years till now when we're getting the Endgame battle one,
That's crazy. Because I like to the only really minifigures I like to collect are the Marvel ones. I don't know why. I just they're fun. They're I guess more iconic than Star. That's
Yeah, I those could be fighting words too.
yeah.
The Star Wars community. So I'm not exactly
Yeah.
sure about that.
I guess in
But
my mind.
but you're talking to somebody that would absolutely agree with you, right? Like, but I could also be objective and be like, okay, in most cases,
Hmm.
probably not.
I
Probably
mean,
not.
I already have a Luke Skywalker, and I already have the main Star Wars characters. So I guess it's just I guess they're more colorful, and as a kid, it my eyes draw to them more. I guess.
Well, and there's the added benefit. I was going to say added benefit that, when it comes to the Marvel figures, like, although pretty much everything we get is based off the MCU now, like, you can get MCU and comic book versions of characters. So
Hmm.
there can be like a lot of variations over time, which is obviously good. So, speaking of variations, here we have the Winter Soldier from Civil War, which was such a cool figure. He's got the arm printing on it, and in the new airport battle, which, needless to say, I'm not a big fan of, the Winter Soldier that comes in that one is really, really bad. It's just so bad. Oh, do you have that figure?
This was one of the latest minifigures I bought at a
Oh,
convention.
nice, nice. Well, there you go. Now we both got one. And
Mhm.
as a reminder to everybody watching, this could be yours on Saturday night. This very one I'm holding that I just built on the live stream could be yours because I'm doing a whatnot sale Saturday night, and I'm going to be selling the sets that I build here. As I look at the clock, and we've been live for an hour and a half, I really can't see myself building every single set that's here, but I will at least show them and talk about them and sell them. It's not to say I'm not going to build, more, but like I literally have like the 2018 Sanctum Sanctorum here. That's like what, almost 2,000 pieces. Like, yeah. So I'm not sure if we'll get to all of them today. We'll see. We'll see. But maybe I'll just go live again tomorrow and just keep going. But
That'd be
yeah, no.
exciting.
And all joking aside, we did have somebody. We had some comments roll through. Mandy said you are goated, both of you. So thank you, Mandy. That's very kind of you. Crypto Brick says I forgot how they increased the prices on all those sets. That was crazy. That is crazy. Emmanuel asks, can I build the Iron Skull sub attack now? Well, I can't build it while I'm in the middle of the Civil War one, but I could build it next. So stay tuned. I would love to build that. Let's see. Superman asks, what was the first Lego set you bought? Mine was Emmett's Getaway Glider from the Lego movie. I think you were already saying that, Ethan, that yours was the one you got with your brothers, right? Like, was that
Mhm.
your first Lego set?
That was my first ever Lego set.
Wow. Well, what was your first set that was like yours? Like, because that sounds like it was like for you and all your brothers. Like, do
Yeah.
you remember what the first set that was like yours was?
The first one that I remember, I think that there's a Christmas where I got multiples, but this was back in like 2008, 2009. There was a Lego City pizza place that came with a school bus,
Whoa.
and like a shop. And let's see if I can, but that one was really iconic for me growing up. It's a Lego pizza place with a bus. It's everything you needed for a small city. And it came with a
Yep.
few
It's like
little
a city
minifigures.
starter pack. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Mine was oh yeah, I do have it. I always forget. If I have it on display, because sometimes it's on display in the front of my house, and sometimes it's just on display on my shelves. But here, this is my first Lego set ever, the Johnny Thunder Scorpion Tracker. I got this at my babysitter's house. Now, I don't know if my mom and dad got it for me and gave it to her to give to me, or if she bought the Lego set for me. I've never really asked my mom and dad about that. I mean, that is a very like minutia detail. Like, I don't know if they would actually know the answer to that or not, but I do remember at least like the setting. It was at my babysitter's house that I got that, and I played with it a ton. And I don't really remember like what my next Lego set after that would have been, but I definitely remember what my first one was. And I mean, that set came out in 1999. And so obviously it was still on store shelves at the time that I got it. So I probably would have been about 4 or 5 years old at the time. Like, I really don't know 100% because back then, like, Lego sets wouldn't be made for as long as they are now, but they also didn't sell as fast as they would. So like sets could come out and be on shelves for like a year or two after they retire, just because like it's not that Lego wasn't popular, it's just like the demand wasn't quite, what it is now in that respect. So yeah, it is really fascinating how that worked. But yeah, I remember that was my first Lego set, and it was a cool one too, because like there was a lot of adventure to be had with it. I mean, you got like basically Lego's version of Indiana Jones, the Scorpion, and the car. And I mean, what little kid doesn't like an adventure car? Like it's like literally a perfect set to, just like drive over the couch and drive under the TV set and all this stuff. And like I just remember having a lot of fun with it. And I also remember having like that little center console piece that's in it and using that in like tons of vehicle mocks. Like, well, when I say mocks, it's kind of funny. I just mean like the random custom stuff I built as a kid. But like, it was cool to have a like actual center console piece like that was, its own thing. I love that.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. A very similar set that was probably filled the same spot from when I was younger was the Toy Story Army Men set. That small little.
Yeah, that one was awesome.
That one is iconic.
It's like the closest thing we've ever gotten to like a Lego military set. Because like Lego has like a anti-war, anti-military policy, only in the sense that they don't want to create like sets that like promote real life war. So like we're never gonna get like a World War II soldier battle pack. Like that just would never happen. But the army guys was like the closest to that. And obviously, they were like the little green army men. So they're still like happy and not very, threatening. I guess is the way to word it. But the idea is like they would never do a set more militaristic than that. So yeah, that was a cool one, man. I love that set.
When I was younger, I did not play with them as Toy Story figurines.
You're making my point for me.
Yeah, they were blowing up things.
I always regret not getting more of those back in the day, just because like it was literally the perfect, no pun intended, army builder. Like literally the perfect army builder. So yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah, was it $10? Was it $9.99 or $12.99?
Man, my gut wants to say $9.99, but $12.99 makes more sense. We have so many Lego experts in the comments right now. Somebody should look it up and answer for us. Lego Brick Studios wants to know, if you couldn't collect a Lego, what would you collect instead?
Oh, so I would say my things that I still collect to this day. It started honestly right when COVID started. Is I really like to collect playing cards. And I got probably like a good 60 decks. I honestly just recently I got a stand because they used to be just everywhere in my room, and I ordered something. I think I got it off of Amazon. It was a cassette holder, and apparently they fit in there perfectly. So I recently got one of those.
That's a genius idea.
And they fit perfectly. So I got a nice stand. It's on a shelf over there. So because I love doing like card magic. Right when COVID started, honestly, this is going back to the superheroes. When I watched Ant-Man 2 for the first time, I saw the when he learned magic.
Close up magic, yep.
That next Christmas, I asked for just a deck of cards. And I then learned it. Started a YouTubed card magic, and still to this day, I don't do it as much as anymore, which I need to get back into it. But I know probably 10, 15 tricks. Probably back in the day, I probably knew closer to 30. But there's no way I can remember everything, because there's some tricks that I remember learning, and it's like a formula, and you're like, there's no way this is going to work, and then it ends up working, and you're like, oh my goodness, it tricks yourself sometimes.
Right.
And I would say a lot of the cards are from Theory 11. It's popular. You can get the decks at Barnes & Noble or Target. That's where I get them mostly. And funny
Are
thing
they, like,
about
made to be Magic cards? Is that the...
It depends on the deck, but they're super high quality to where if you buy a cheap, there's a difference between buying a cheap deck, like the ones that I did in Italy, and Theory 11 because they're super smooth. And funny thing about my name, Ethan the Artisan, and I don't know if I've said this live before or not. I know I've mentioned it, but I don't know if it's been live. But there's a card deck that I have, and it's called Artisans, and that's where my name
perfect.
originates from. So
That's awesome.
It's my favorite deck. I love it. It's where I kind of got confident with card magic because it's my first $10 deck that I performed in front of people, and I'm like, I like this deck. I like the name. It kind of rhymes with Ethan, so I was like, let's do it.
It rolls off the tongue the way it needs to. Well,
Yeah.
that's crazy. We just got a Ethan lore dump here. I love that. Superman asks, hey, Jonathan, please do a room tour since you've gotten so much new stuff after your previous room tour. Well, I would love to do a room tour again. It's been a little while. I want to be completely honest with you, though. I'm looking around my Lego room right now. It is a bit of a disaster. Now would not be a good time to do the room tour, but I would like to do that again. Like, it'd be cool to show you guys, like, how I have my minifigs organized or, like, things on display. I did an Indiana Jones room tour collection, which was only focusing on my Indiana Jones stuff. And I think, well, I haven't done that recently either. I did one just focusing on my Tobey Maguire Spider-Man collection as well. So I've done like mini room tours semi-recently, but yeah, the last time I did like an actual room tour might have been like 2 years ago. So
Wow.
yeah, a lot of new stuff has definitely been added since then. So I really, really should. Like, my shelves have moved around a little bit since then. So yeah, that is a good idea. I would love to do that. That would be great.
I've never done a room tour video. I remember my very first video on YouTube. It was like an introduction to the real Lego Man Productions, and I said I was going to do room tours. I never got down to it.
Oh my gosh, you have to make good on your promise and do it now.
Yeah.
All those years later, like, people were wondering whatever happened to that guy, and little do they know you like own short form Lego content now.
Yeah, because it's crazy because it's two totally different audiences. I mean, there's there's going to be a percentage that watches both, and that's like your core audience. That's like your super fans. But for the most part, they're two totally different audiences, and it's so interesting because I've been studying a lot. I've been watching what's on trending, what makes a good video, and it's crazy how like the correlations between what pops up on trending. So it's just a lot of like, just, what I would say my specialty isn't necessarily Lego or making videos. It's analytics and just looking at what works for other people and kind of correlating it in your own style. So
yeah, that makes sense. Got a question here. Where was it? Oh, it was about if I would rank every Lego Marvel theme. That would be a really fun video. It would take so long though, because I would personally include the old Tobey Maguire sets from like the early 2000s. So that would give you 3 waves of Tobey Maguire, 2002, 3, and 4. And then 2012 through 2025 would be 13 years plus those 3. So it would be comparing 16 years worth of Lego sets and ranking them. Like, that would take so long to like even research and organize. The one thing I'll say is I do have a video series. Admittedly, it's not complete because I haven't updated it in quite some time. But I do have a video series on the channel called The History of Lego Marvel. And in that series, I do exactly that. Just talk about the history of Lego Marvel. And I literally go over every single set that came out like between some given years. So I think the first video was like all the Tobey Maguire sets. I don't know if it was just the Tobey sets, and then like part 2 was like 2012 to 2015 or something like that. I don't remember exactly how I like broke down the years on all that stuff, but I did do that, and it was really, really fun. I need to do it again. I think the reason, if I remember correctly, why I paused on it was I think I was getting pretty close to like present time. Like, it would have been like 2018 to 2022. and I just didn't feel like doing like a bunch of sets that had just come out now. But honestly, like so many sets have come out since then. I might have waited so long that like I made even more work for myself now. So I probably should just go back and like, I don't want to say like even remaster the old videos, but just pick up where I left off and keep it going. That would be really cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think that might be, well, we're talking about all kinds of video projects that need to happen on honestly both our channels at this point. So yeah. Let's see. Lord Acorn asks, after 10 years, would you ever consider doing customs outside of superheroes? Well, I've done lots of customs outside of superheroes. I mean, just off the top of my head, like some funny ones I've done is like The Grinch, I did Shrek. I've done like movies that come out that aren't superheroes, like I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Like I'll probably do a Minecraft movie showcase, like even if I don't see the movie, like I could still probably like upgrade the figures we got and like make anybody that we find out is in the movie.
Yeah.
So I might do that. Maybe we'll see. I mean, if I see the movie, it obviously makes that a lot easier, but I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to see it.
Chicken jockey.
Yeah, like if I see it at this point, it is literally only for the memes, like just for the vibes. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is already the second time I've talked about the Minecraft movie in this stream. Like,
oh really?
It's very weird for a movie that like I'm not thinking about seeing. It keeps coming up somehow. But you know, I might do one for that. I'm trying to think. Like, we were talking about the Toy Story custom showcases earlier, so like, you know, it is possible that I could go back and like, you know, revisit some of those things in the future. Or I've done. Speaking of the future, I did Back to the Future showcases. I've done Star Wars showcases in the past. It's been quite some time, admittedly, but I have done that. So, you know, might just have to go back and revisit some of those things, and we'll see where they land. We'll see where they land. But yeah, Lord Acorn says he's starting to remember some now. Thanks for reminding me of the content. Well, you're very welcome. And that's the funny thing is, you know, I've been making content since 2015, like over on Instagram, but here on YouTube, I started in 2017, and then the custom started in 2018. So, you know, that's basically like what 7 years worth of YouTube content customs. Like sometimes even I forget stuff that I've made or like videos that are on my channel because like, you know, I'll be like, oh, you know, I'll meet somebody at a convention and they're like, oh, well, in this video, you use this piece. And I'm like, wait, I even made that video? Like, I can't even remember all of them at this point. I did look not too terribly long ago about how many YouTube videos I've made, and it's like a crazy amount. I think it's like over 1,200 or something like that.
Oh my goodness.
Like, yeah, I don't know. If anybody's able to look on their end, I would actually be very curious about that. Yes, I did do a Ghostbusters showcase for Afterlife and for the most recent one, Frozen Empire. So I did do those showcases. So yeah, I mean, it's crazy looking back at all the years, like literally how many videos I've made. Be so curious.
3.3 thousand videos.
Wait, on my channel?
On your YouTube channel.
Oh my gosh.
So it's probably counting both your normal videos and your shorts. But still.
I mean, the way I look at it is that means I've pressed export on my computer 3,300 times.
That is crazy. I only have 401.
Oh my gosh. That is crazy. Like you're watching me like look at my life on live stream camera right now, like 3,300 videos. That's absolutely bonkers. I mean, for a long time, I was posting every single day on YouTube. I was doing Instagram and YouTube every day for years. So yeah, that's pretty wild. Wow. I'm having like a mild existential crisis thinking that I've done 3,300 videos.
That's amazing.
Mine asks, if there was one Lego theme you could have return, what would it be?
Well,
I don't even have to think about that.
I already got my answer with Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings came back, so
Yep.
let's see. I would like more. I mean, this is more of a sub theme, but more Rogue One sets.
That would be cool. I mean, I think we're I guess the closest thing. Yeah, because we got that Andor set, like the little shuttle. Man, was that thing overpriced? It was like $70 for like what, 3 minifigs
Mm-hmm.
in that little shuttle. But yeah, like more actual Rogue One sets would be cool. It's interesting. Like, I don't think we'll ever get like any more Solo a Star Wars story sets, like because the ones that came out for the movie, like they were actually all pretty good sets, like just on their own. I just think the fact that they're like tethered to that movie like really hurt their overall performance. But yeah, I love that. I'm trying to think. I mean, I look at it like Indiana Jones was mine forever. Like it was almost a meme of like, oh, Jonathan, they're gonna do Indy 5. Like, do you think there's any chance we'll get sets? And I'm like, I don't know. And then in 2023, like the floodgates opened, and by that I mean we got 3.
But they were. I would rather have 3 really good sets than 2 waves of mid sets. Because those Indiana Jones sets were amazing.
Yeah, all 3 of those were amazing. And I mean, it's so funny because like, especially conventions, I get asked like, oh, what's your favorite set of all time? And like, for a while I used to say things like the original Indiana Jones Temple Chase, and then it was the Ghostbusters house in 2016 was my favorite. I think that was in 2016. It was 2016 or 2018. I can't remember when the Ghostbusters. No, it came out in 2018, I think. And then that was my favorite for a long time. Then it became the Daily Bugle in 2021, and then it became the new Indiana Jones Temple of the Golden Idol. And it's just so funny to me to think that, like, okay, I've been a Lego fan for almost 3 decades, basically my entire life. Lego was around for like 3 decades before I even got into it. And of all those sets, of all of them, my all-time #1 favorite came out like 18 months ago. Like, it's just crazy to me.
That is.
I do want to give a big shout out to Mike Lightyear, who just dropped a super chat and said, "Love your videos, especially your vlogs. Congrats on 10 years." Well, I really, really appreciate that, Mike. Thank you. The vlogs are a lot of fun because to me, like when I started Mini Superheroes Today, I was running it incognito. Like pretty much nobody outside of like my mom and dad and like my roommates at the time really knew what I was doing. Like, and it's not that it was like for an embarrassment reason or anything particularly. I just like, you're a young man and you're like trying to find your way in the world. And I had this vision for what I wanted my life to be and what I wanted Mini Superheroes Today to become. But like at the time, like content creation, especially like in the Lego space, like that wouldn't have been seen as something like super aspirational, more like, oh yeah, right, okay, sure. But like I didn't even know what it could turn into. I just knew it could turn into something. And my mom would always say this saying to me of just keep rowing the boat. And the idea that she had behind that was it didn't so much matter what direction you were rowing in, just as far as you kept rowing, because it's going to take you somewhere and you'll discover something new along the way. And even to this day, she'll just say, Jonathan, just keep rowing. And, I'll hear that for the rest of my life. My mom saying that to me in my head. Because I do think that that's so true, and I had this vision for what I wanted Mini Superheroes Today to become. And it was like before I could even say like, oh, this person has done it, because, there were creators like that have been at it longer than me, especially on YouTube. Like Just Too Good was a huge inspiration to me. And it was really cool to share that Just Too Good was such a huge inspiration to me. And as far as like review content and just talking about Lego as a passion and sharing that with the world, like that's really where I saw the light that like, wow, this could be a doable thing. Like this could really be something that could turn into something in the long term. But where I'm going with this is like, as far as like content creation, I never like would have imagined that I would ever make a vlog, but I really enjoy making them and like turning my camera around on selfie mode and being like, hey guys, I'm in San Antonio and we're going to Superhero Comic Con and gonna hunt for Lego. And, just turning like parts of my life into vlogs that like I wouldn't have ever thought to do. And like another example is I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and for a long time, we still have Steel City Con that goes on there, and it's like a big Comic Con, and it's gotten so like just the convention has gotten so much bigger over the years, and I really love that. But I never would have thought that I would be like vlogging my experience at Steel City Con, which is a convention I used to go to when I was like 10. And now I'm a lot older than 10 and still going. And now I like make content there, and I'll go and people will recognize me and be like, whoa, I saw your vlog from the last Steel City or like whatever. And it's like, huh, I just, that's the interesting thing is like, I love making Lego content. It literally is why I was put on Earth, to make Lego content. And I've loved that that's kind of been repurposed in a way to like help people feel positive through something that makes me feel positive. But, it's just, I don't know. I do have to stop and pause sometimes and think about how like, the vlogs have become such an overreaching thing and it's just another element behind all of the channel. And, I've done vlogs where like I go to a Comic-Con and I literally don't find any Lego there, but it's still fun because we've all gone to like cons and antique stores like looking for Lego and you strike out. And I just love that it's not necessarily about how epic the haul is, but it's just the experience of getting to go. And in my case, like experiencing things with friends and so on and so forth. I just, I cherish those things. And this is a very long response, but it really like, hit home for me with what Mike Lightyear said is just that, I love that the channel has expanded and grown in a way that it's not just about like Lego customs and like whatever the latest set is. It really is, about just the lifestyle side of it too. And I just feel so honored that, you guys show up and watch those videos and that they mean what they do. And Mike is just responding in the chat now saying, I originally found your channel through one of your vlogs. So there you go. It's like, if I had never diversified and never like made vlogs, Mike Lightyear would have never joined the Mini Superheroes Today community. I love that. It's so cool. Mike, out of curiosity, do you know what video it was? Like which vlog it was? I'm just curious which one brought you into the fold.
And one thing to think about is, 112,000 subscribers. You can't comprehend that as a number. And going to all the conventions, seeing the live chat, that just shows you that these people are real. And that's way to, I guess, understand, what you do,
Yeah, and that goes for both of us. And, I think that that's one of the fascinating things is like, I know I've been to, I think I was almost at 20 conventions last year. And that's counting like Comic Cons and things like that. So, to be fair, we're talking about like more than just Lego conventions, but going to so many Comic Cons, like, I can feel a little bit burnt out to like go to another convention and you wait in line to get your wristband and then you got to pay $7 for a hot dog with nothing on it. There are elements that you do just get a little bit tired of over time, but, I just have always gone to cons more so in the sense of like comic cons than Lego cons, but I do love going to all of them. It is a big part of, the enjoyment and the fact that I get to, share that side with everybody now. Like I was just in Lexington, Kentucky, for example, at Lexington Comic Con, and my friends and I have been going there as a cosplay group for years and years. I mean, I think the first one I ever went to was in 2016, and I had gone pretty much every year except for 2020 when it got canceled. I don't believe I went in 2021, but I've gone every year other than that with my pals, and I just have absolutely loved that. So yeah, and that's stuff that like I would go, but I wouldn't share on the channel because like it didn't have anything to do with the minifigure. But I figured out that like, well, while I'm there, I'm hunting for Lego, and sometimes I find a Lego figure and I get it anyways because I'm there. So, it's just an interesting fold to the mix. And it looks like Mike Lightyear says he can't remember which one it was, but Duck Bricks was in it. So we could narrow it down. But yeah, I mean, let me think. What vlogs have I? Well, there's a lot of vlogs with Chris in them, so it does narrow it down, but not by that much. It's like 1 of 12, but that is really cool. Sir Batman asks, ever going to do Doctor Who customs? Honestly, I'm just being totally real. I have not seen very much Doctor Who, so I would really need to watch it and get into the lore in order to do that. So maybe someday, but I don't know enough about Doctor Who right now. I couldn't say that. But speaking of, I'm trying to make a transition here that is, I can't figure it out. I was going to say, speaking of people who are experts in things, we have another special guest joining.
Mm-hmm.
You can't see who it is, right, Ethan?
I have a guess.
Can you see?
No.
Oh, okay. We have another special guest joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, from wherever you are in the world watching right now, please put your hands together for the Lego Castle lore expert, the one and only BrickinUpBrad. What's up, everyone? We have the Lego Castle expert in our midst now. This is great. What's up, dude?
Not much. I booked it back from work so I can make sure I could join you today. So
amazing. Well, think about this, guys. I'm Mini Superheroes today, of course. I'm the Marvel guy. I'm all about Avengers and putting teams together. On this very stream, which you have been a part of, I have reunited the Lego Bros on Tour Europe edition crew. And I have a half reunion of Stud Buds right now. This is like when Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr walk out on stage together. It's like you get half of the Fab Four all together. So only here at Mini Superheroes today, guys. Only here.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we're missing one person. We have the late night hotel room crew, which
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
With Matt, the four of us have had many deep conversations late at night in the hotel room. So.
And I do have to throw out that Matt was also invited to this, but he's not able to with his schedule today. So I did try.
Wait, but... Matt not able to get out to something? He's busy. What? Wait, hold up. Did he actually reply to your message? Because that's a miracle in itself.
He actually did. Our schedules synced up perfectly. He was actually wishing me a happy 10-year anniversary at the same time that I was texting him about this. So it did line up. And for everybody that's watching, I guess we should give some context. Our beloved friend Matt Mellish, if he were here, we're not saying anything that he would not agree with. He would agree that he is not exactly the fastest replier when it comes to phone communication. And so that's what we're...
to you?
Exactly. That's what we're laughing about. Is he's a little... He's not quick draw McGraw when it comes to responding, and he would even tell you that. So we love him. We wish that he were here hanging out with us, but
when you do get a hold of him, it is 100% top quality time.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's rare that Matt and I have a phone call that's less than an hour.
That sounds about right.
He's an absolutely great friend, just like you guys are, and that's the beautiful thing that I would love for everybody that's watching this video, whether you're watching the stream or the replay or whatever the case may be, is just, sharing your passion and getting out there. That doesn't necessarily mean that you have to literally be a content creator and do it every day for 10 years like me. That's not the point. Although it is sort of the theme of today, but it's not the point. Is that just unapologetically being yourself and not being afraid to say, hey, Lego's my thing. Dungeons and Dragons is my thing. Avengers is my thing. Whatever you love, there are people out there that are just like you and love the same things that you do. And, I consider both of you guys and many others among the ranks like my brothers. And had we not gotten online, and not even necessarily about content creation, but had we not gotten online and just shared our passion about Lego, there is an 100% chance that our paths would have never crossed in life. And so it's just, there's a certain freedom, I would say, that comes with being okay with saying that, hey, Lego is my thing. Because again, having been in this for 10 years now, like when I talk to people now about what I do, it's like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. I want to be a content creator. How do I get into that? And so much so that I do social media marketing and consulting, where I talk to people about exactly that. But the point is, when I first started, like the idea of being an Instagrammer or a YouTuber for a living, it wasn't really something that people actively like talked about or like tried to make happen. But now, this statistic is honestly probably pretty old at this point, but it was something like literally 1 in 3 kids want to be a YouTuber when they grow up. And obviously all 3 of us are YouTubers. So, we can't really say anything about that because like we're literally have the jobs that 1 in 3 kids want. But the point being is that that was not the case when I got started 10 years ago. Like, yes, being a YouTuber was a thing, but it wasn't a thing like it is now and the way it is now. There's just a lot of, difference that comes with that over time. So it is really fascinating. I do really love that, it's become what it has for so many people. But even if it's less about content creation, I just love that the base of the story is that just sharing who you are with the world and sharing your passion is just as important. Well, I shouldn't even say just as important. It's its own thing compared to content creation. It's not about if you make videos. It's not about if you post on Instagram. It's just putting yourself out there to, be able to enjoy whatever your fandom is with other people. And, I was just talking about this a minute ago with like the Comic-Con side of things. And I think it's just one of those things that's really ringing true for me, is just, I love it. And I'm so grateful that we're all here hanging out today. And that's a result of us sharing what we love.
Yeah.
And one thing that I still need to work on is don't be afraid to reach out. If you think of someone, text them. If and if you see someone that you know at a convention, walk up to them and say hi and start a conversation. It's one of those things that first step is just reaching out. And
if they don't answer back, don't be offended and move on to the next person.
Exactly.
You never know.
Yep. And that's just good life advice in general, honestly. Like, it's, it's just good to, be able to obviously safely put yourself out there and, meet new people and see what the world has to offer, like we all have. So it's really great. Just like this mini Quinjet I'm almost done building is really great. I know a lot of people dunked on this set back in the day because it's like, oh, it's, well, I shouldn't say the set. They dunked on the Quinjet because like, oh, you can only fit 2 characters inside. It's not scale accurate, but like, I think it's aged really, really well. It's like a little playset version of the Quinjet. I definitely like it way better than the one that comes in Avengers Tower, which is smaller. And so, I don't know, in a way, it's almost like you see how much better this one can be in a certain respect. And then you're like, oh, okay, maybe it wasn't so bad after all.
Yeah.
One of the best sets. Well, this is one of the best sets in the last, was it this year or last year? I don't remember.
I think it was last year.
It was last year, yeah.
For 20 or 25 bucks. You can't go wrong with this. It's basically a Quinjet, kind of.
Yeah, when Lego doesn't have to work within the constraints of like a license and the, budgetary things that go along with working within a license. I mean, they just absolutely
everything they're doing this year.
Yeah, they're definitely pretty license heavy.
Sorry, we just got that massive. Yeah, that was an official announcement by Lego, so we can talk about that. The Pokemon got announced yesterday. And I'm just like, everyone's celebrating online, and I'm just like, let's see. One Piece. We also got F1, massive push this year. Pokemon. There's been like 1,000 other big IPs.
Pokemon is huge, though. I remember 10 years ago that people were like, oh, Mega Blocks at the time had it.
Well, can we all say, though, I'm not surprised that Lego eventually got Pokemon. It was bound to happen after they started doing the Mario and all this other stuff. Like, dang, that actually looks really clean.
What does the knob do?
So the knob on top makes a gun come out of the bottom, and there's stud shooters on the bottom. Then you can open up the back, and there's like a little bit of storage. You like could barely, I wouldn't even say storage. It's more so just that you could like pretend they go up the ramp. There's this black cable for like, you know, somebody to be like trailing on the back or something. And then you can open up the front, and there's seating for 2. And then the wings fold up like for parking it. But yeah, I think that this one is super cool. And then of course we got Giant Man in this set. I mean, this set really offered a lot.
It's a perfect balance of play and display. You know,
it seriously
I was trying to figure out what set you were building there for a second, because there's been like 1,000
if you joined a little bit
so.
late, it might be a little bit confusing. But yeah, it's a Civil War airport battle, and I'm putting it all back in the box now, so it's perfectly fresh for, drum roll please. If you've been watching for a while, you probably know what I'm going to say, but Whatnot. I've got a Whatnot sale on Saturday night where everything that I'm building and showing in today's video will be for sale. So Whatnot actually also sponsored this video, so I really appreciate that. And they helped me fund getting these sets, which is super cool, which is great. And then the other thing that we'll have, I'm just putting it all in the box. I'll get it out later. I just don't want to lose any pieces. The other really cool thing is that I will have these at the Whatnot show. This is my Mini Superheroes Today 10-year anniversary brick. There are only 150 of them that were made. Obviously, one of them is mine. I've given away a couple to some special people so far already. Don't worry, gentlemen. As a token of being on this stream, any guest on this stream will also get one. But the point is, there's only 150 of them out there, and I'll have them at the sale on Saturday night as the main place you'll be able to get these. And once the 150 are gone, they're gone. That's it. That's all there is. So you'll have to tune in to see how you can get them. Some of them will be giveaways. Some of them will be randomly inserted with purchases, like, you know, we're going to run this figure, and oh yeah, by the way, if you win, you get a brick. Okay, so you know, you won't know exactly the way it's going to run until you get to the show, but you got to be there. There's a link down below where you can sign up, so definitely don't miss out on that. And
I will be selling mine for $100. If anyone wants to talk to me, come on, we got to start getting the aftermarket going on this.
I'm not going to comment on that at all. If that's what you want to do, that's all well and good. So I want to turn it over to the people in the chat. We've had a lot of people watching this entire time, and I think that it's just about time that they should have the opportunity to make a little fan vote here on what I build next. Now, there was somebody earlier that wanted me to build this, the Iron Skull Sub Attack from 2016. This one's really cool. It had 4 exclusive minifigures in it, which was really awesome in its own way. But then there's also the Ant-Man Quantum Realm Explorers from 2018. This has Ant-Man, the Wasp, and Ghost. This is the Ant-Man and the Wasp and Endgame version of Ant-Man. This is the only Ghost minifigure we ever got. And of course, she'll be in Thunderbolts, which, you know, obviously that's really exciting. And this is one of only 2 Wasp minifigures we've ever gotten. So I'm going to build one of these and just do like a smaller build up next. But I need the people of the chat to let us know what they want to see built next. Would you like the Ant-Man set or the Iron Skull Sub Attack? Need to know, gentlemen. You can cast your votes as well.
Oh yeah, I gotta go to YouTube.
I'm commenting now.
Okay, we have 1 vote for Ant-Man from Let's Play Games.
Wait, hold up. Why don't you do a vote? You can do a poll.
I can do that?
Yeah, poll. There should be a plus button, and you should be able to do a poll, which goes a lot better in my opinion for when I've done streams.
Oh, okay. I haven't live streamed in over 3 years, so there's that.
I haven't live streamed in forever. It's
I did it like 3 weeks ago, so
you're the pro.
It's true.
Okay, I'm trying to find. Okay, here it is.
Yeah, there should be a plus button, and it should have 2 options: Q&A or poll. And you should be able to do poll.
It's going to be a close one. It's like,
Well, I'm streaming from StreamYard, so that might be a...
No, you can. You got to do it in YouTube itself.
Yeah, and I'm on YouTube on my phone.
Are you logged in to the account you're streaming on?
Yeah.
1 second. I'm trying to remember. So there should be the live chat, and right next to the live chat, there's usually like the chat button. Around the chat where you type in your stuff, there should be a
yeah,
plus.
I only see a super chat. Well, regardless, we've got plenty of votes in from people commenting, which is just as good. So we've got 2 Ant-Mans, 2 Iron Skulls, 3 Ant-Man, 3 Iron Skull, 4 Iron Skull, 5 Okay, it's a dead tie.
Yeah.
It's an absolute tie.
Wait,
oh my
me
God.
and Brad had different opinions. What if we did rock, paper, scissors?
Hang on. Mike Lightyear just said Ant-Man. So Ant-Man.
There we go.
There we go. All right. Mike Lightyear is being an MVP in this stream.
Oh my goodness.
Between his comment earlier from the super chat and now being the deciding vote. We will build the Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantum Realm Explorers. Whoa. All right. Here we go. Crazy. Guys, like, you realize I've been opening sealed sets. Like, I opened a 2015 set, a 2016 set, and now a 2018 set. Broke the seals live and on camera.
I could see the 2018. This is 2018, right?
Yeah, the dust.
So the dust. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
the before COVID dust. It's better dust.
Oh my gosh. I mean, but like, think about this. I'm not trying to be like too sentimental, but like the last time these Lego bricks saw the light of day was like this time in 2018 in the Lego factory.
Crazy.
It's true.
Wow.
7 years ago.
Man.
Like, that's really crazy to think about.
And there's going to be a time, which, you know, I got a set every now and then. I've yet to have a bag where it's been paper where I've had to rip. So
same.
That's interesting. But there's going to be a time where plastic bags, they're history. So
can you imagine if sealed sets from like before a certain time start going up in price just because there's plastic bags? Not.
Oh my gosh, dude! I know, like with Star Wars figures. I'm trying to think what the one it is. Oh, excuse me. It's with baseball cards. People got wise a couple years ago that you could weigh a pack of baseball cards and tell if it would have like a jersey card or an insert card in it, because it would weigh more than just having like 7 regular cards, you know? So, oh, and people were doing that with the Lego CMFs too for a minute there.
Which
before
wasn't
the code,
accurate, but
yeah. I don't know. I hate to even open this can of worms because I don't want to like die on this hill. But at the same time, I had like literally perfect luck with the weights. Like,
really?
Yeah,
wow.
I was totally fine with the weights. I get that most people did not. I understand that. I'm not trying to start a war here about, you know, whether it worked or not. I'm just saying, using my own eyes and hands, I was completely fine with those being accurate. But regardless.
I was never, I didn't have a scale that could fit in my pocket.
I would just go to the Lego store because it was right when Basil the Batlord got. It was like that first few waves of Basil the Batlords. So I would just go to the Lego store, buy up like 4, open them in the store, and then trade them to other customers who came in.
Yeah, my store actually has like a little case display where you can like trade your figures, and sometimes they even have like multiple CMF lines in there at the same time.
Oh, that's crazy.
Like, nobody's trading in like a series 1 figure, obviously, but like, you know, like, you know, D&D wasn't that long ago. So like there might be a D&D figure in there still. It's obviously not going to be like, you know, the Eagle Paladin or anything like that. But, you know, it is pretty cool that like you can find some, when I say older stuff, you guys get what I mean. But
the first series of the CMFs, when they were boxes, because they did, the barcodes didn't work for a time.
Yeah.
And at the Lego store, they opened up a new box. It was like, I would like one of each. And they said, yeah, just do every third one and you'll have this whole series. And I'm like, I was a little paranoid at first, but I was like, okay, I trust you. So I bought 12 boxes, every third one, and they were all right. So I was like,
wow.
It
So I was like,
worked unless it was a touched box or some like because usually that would be fine. But then like if someone else had already done it, you didn't know for sure, and then on top of that, you ran into the problem of like what was it? Sometimes like I bought a full case when they came out, and I was only had 2 Basils in mine,
Oh wow.
which was an insult, and I took it with great offense. But
Yeah, they should know who you are. Come on.
Yeah.
I know, right? Like I walk into the store, they should be like, "Oh, here's all the castle figures." Like, but so I was missing 2 Basils, but I had 4 dog groomers, so
Oh
it
my
screwed up that count.
Crazy.
Yeah, so they're
a-
not like 100% perfect. I do have. I see a question here that I would really, really like to
Yes, go
address
for
and
it.
answer. This is from Superman, who, guys, I can't believe Superman is watching my 10-year anniversary stream.
Oh my
Like,
goodness.
cannot believe
Which one?
Superman. Yeah, like, this is unbelievable. But Superman asks, "Are you excited for Fantastic Four or Superman most in July?" Now, I've seen what Superman is capable of doing. I have seen the powers that have been on display from this remarkable individual. So I am a little bit scared to say not Superman because I wouldn't want this individual to be angry at me with those laser eyes and cool breath and all that. Okay, I'm being silly. But man, I'm really excited. What I will say is I literally cannot believe we are getting Fantastic Four and Superman in the same month, like basically just weeks apart. And the other crazy thing is Fantastic Four is like over San Diego Comic-Con weekend. So they're undoubtedly going to show something for Avengers Doomsday at San Diego Comic-Con. So we're getting our first look, presumably. Obviously, none of us know this, but it would be the last San Diego Comic-Con before Doomsday comes out. So very, very high chance that we would see something from Doomsday. But we would be seeing our first look at Doomsday and the Fantastic Four movie and Superman all within just like a matter of weeks in the same month. Like this summer is going to be just like one of the greatest times to be a nerd since 2008. So I am so excited. I'm excited for both movies in different ways though, which is a big thing. Like for example, I'm excited for Superman in the sense that, like, I'm really excited to see what James Gunn's vision for the DCEU is. And it's not like we haven't seen that with things like Peacemaker and Creature Commandos and things like that. But we have to be real that Peacemaker was, like, completely written and shot in a time where we thought that could still connect with the old DCEU, obviously because Peacemaker is in the Suicide Squad, which is also in the same continuity. So like, it wasn't like truly James Gunn like building his own universe for the first time. It was like building his own new corner of an existing universe that had a lot of hits and misses to it. So there's that. And then Creature Commandos, as fun as that was and as different as that was, it was also a cartoon. And I know that that's technically the first piece of like content in the new continuity of the DC universe. But also, again, that would be like, this isn't a one-to-one example, but that would be like saying what if like the cartoon on Disney Plus is like the first part of the MCU, like launching it. It's like, I mean, it is connected. It's in the same timeline. And I get that the characters like appear in cartoons and on screen, but like we know the way James Gunn like writes and the way he works and like with his Guardians of the Galaxy, track record that like he's going to want to like build a world out of this. And of course, we need to see him do that where he does it best, which is on the big screen. And so I'm very, very excited to see where both could go, Superman and Fantastic Four. They just both are offering such different things. And I don't know. I'm just really, really excited for both. I know that that's kind of like a non-answer, but the reality is I'm just excited for both for different reasons. The one thing I'm interested in is like Superman obviously comes out first. So the movies are not getting any cheaper to go to as time goes on. And there's not a single nerd on the planet who's going to look at those two movies and be like, well, I'm only going to see one of these, so I wonder which one. Okay, that's overreaching. There probably is somebody out there in the world that's going to say that. But yeah, there he is. There's Brad owning up to it.
This is the thing. I looked at the Fantastic Four trailer and was kind of bored because Marvel hasn't given me a reason to really get excited for it. Whereas the Superman trailer made me go, this could be interesting. And so that's why I'm like a little more drawn to like going to see Superman and waiting for the Fantastic Four to go on Disney Plus, where I'm already paying them a buttload of money to see it. So
yeah,
you know, these movies are so important for both Marvel and DC. They're like,
that is very true.
If the Fantastic Four performs bad, that totally affects Marvel. But if Superman performs bad, that would be. Could you imagine? Because that's like, this is the start of a whole new universe.
Yeah. I honestly feel like it's a lot more. There's a lot more on the line for DC than there is for Marvel. Just in the fact that, like, okay, Marvel needs Fantastic Four to be like revolutionary, and it needs to be like even better than people are hoping it is. But if it doesn't, it's not like people are going to skip the next Avengers movie because Fantastic Four is bad. The only thing that can happen is Avengers does better because Fantastic Four ignites the hype better, but like people are still gonna go see Avengers regardless of how good or bad Fantastic Four is. But Superman, like if Superman is like bad or even just like disappointing, like that's the thing about the DC slate is like I think it's really, really, really exciting for like DC fans, but off the top of my head, I think that the next movie after it is Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. And so, like, if Superman doesn't sell it, then we need Supergirl to be the next. You know what I mean? It's like, so there's a lot more riding on Superman, I feel, than there is on, on Fantastic Four. Although I'll say both are very consequential for both. And that's another interesting thing, too. The one thing I really hope that it doesn't turn into, I'll wait to talk till I'm done dumping out this bag because it's probably noisy. The one thing I hope that it doesn't turn into is like nerds fighting each other.
Yeah.
Because to me, it would be just as exciting as it was in 2008 where we got Superman Returns, Hulk, Incredible Hulk, Iron Man, The Dark Knight, and Indiana Jones all in the same like blockbuster season. Like nobody was like, oh my gosh, you know, The Dark Knight is so epic, like Iron Man was bad, or nobody's like, oh, Iron Man was so much better than Superman Returns. Like it wasn't like that back then. The internet's just a different place. So I just hope we don't lose the forest through the trees. But like it's so cool that we're getting these superhero movies at the same time, as opposed to like, oh, one has to be better than the other or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And my prediction is out of all the movies this year, I'm more excited for Thunderbolts. I think it's the underrated, it's the underdog. And
yeah, Thunderbolts does look amazing.
But what's your theory on the little asterisk at the end of it? Is the title changing?
I don't think that they'll change the title of the movie, like as far as like the marketing goes or anything like that. But I do think that I think that there's a reality where they like call themselves the Dark Avengers after the movie. And that's what the asterisk is for, is like they're the Thunderbolts now, but after you see the movie, they're going to call themselves the Dark Avengers. I'm actually working on a video for the channel right now. So if you've made it all 2.5 hours into this stream, you're getting a little mini Superheroes Today scoop. This is, I'm doing a Dark Avengers custom showcase. And so I talked about the history of the Dark Avengers just a little bit because, you know, it does need to focus on many things. But basically, Norman Osborn takes over S.H.I.E.L.D. after the entire world is shaken. from like Secret Invasion and all of that, and people want to feel like they can trust again. And Norman Osborn wins over the court of public opinion and basically becomes the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., but he also has to put together a new Avengers team. So he handpicks who he wants on his team. And of course, they're all like villains and or untrustworthy anti-heroes or unstable anti-heroes. And so it's basically like they're called the Dark Avengers, obviously. But yeah, I think that could be like kind of the same route they're going here, because, you know, Valentina, who we've seen shown up since the Disney Plus days, like she's obviously going to be putting together this team. There is no Avengers team. These are all like anti-heroes that you don't know if you can trust them, and, you know, da-da-da-da-da. So like, I think that there's a lot going on that's very similar to what we've seen in the comics that just kind of has to make us think. But I'm really curious, and I think it's fun because like it feels like it's been a long time since we've seen a Marvel movie where like we kind of know the plot, but we don't know everything that's going to happen, and it's not super predictable. So there's an element of that really excites me about Thunderbolts 2. I just hope that it doesn't like, I think it's probably going to have like a second weekend bump in the box office, because like there's not like a huge like MCU name in this movie that's like a massive draw. Like other than Bucky Barnes and to some extent Yelena, like they are popular, don't get me wrong, but like they're not going to put butts in seats like, you know, Chris Evans as Captain America or Deadpool or Iron Man could do. So
I can definitely see that.
I think it's going to be, it's the underrated good. Oh, hopefully it's good. The trailer, you know, Marvel's really good with their trailers, and that's a problem because you get so hyped for everything, and then
you're saying creating hype around their trailers.
Yeah, because you have to watch a Marvel trailer on mute because the background music is really catchy.
Oh yeah, they always do. And you know, that's the thing, like going back to Thor Love and Thunder, like having Sweet Child of Mine play in the trailer, that was so cool. And like, you know, a lot of people, I feel like, look at Sweet Child of Mine and like just think of Guitar Hero 2 or think about the song being overplayed, but like the theme of that song literally could have fit the movie perfectly. Like the song could literally just be the plot of the movie, where, you know, I don't know if I've ever had this conversation with you guys about like how I would fix Thor Love and Thunder.
You have.
Yeah, it's very, very simple because the bones of the movie are there. First off, we basically, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, my headphones are dying here, so I need to switch my headphones over. So just give me 1 second.
All right, let's talk crap about him, Ethan. All right, you know that Jonathan guy? Dude, he is the worst. Like all the time, he'll just run his mouth about superhero. Oh, are you back?
Oh no, you're still on mute.
Okay, we can continue talking. Oh wait, there we go.
Oh,
what was that?
Easy fix.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, look at Doc Brix's comment. Easy fix.
Love yeah, I mean, there's that, but let's stay in the universe where it has to exist. And this is how I would fix it. So we're after Endgame, obviously, and Thor is like directionless. He's lost. He doesn't really know where he wants to go in life. I mean, we saw him so depressed and, at wit's end in Endgame from having lost to Thanos, but now he got his second chance to fight Thanos. He got to see his mom one more time. I mean, we had a lot of character growth for Thor across Endgame, but the whole point of Thor is that he's a warrior that's fought thousands and thousands of bad guys and, villains. And now he's kind of like a man without a country because, he didn't want to be king, so he turned it over to Valkyrie. And there's no bigger war that he's ever going to fight than the one that he just did. So it gets to a point where, like, okay, what do we do with Thor here? And I love the fact that we're bringing in Gore the God Butcher, because his biggest villain at this point of his story, before growing anymore, should be an existential threat. The only reason he wants Thor dead is because Thor is a god, and all gods must die by his, point of view. So that's where we take the story, is Thor has to fight the God Butcher, and at first it's just kind of like, Thor thinks that he could just take this guy on, and maybe they fight once and have like a huge battle, and Thor realizes it's much bigger than, it's going to be a much more difficult battle than he thought. But as he's regrouping, he somehow finds out that Mjolnir is now active on Earth again. And so he goes to Earth to investigate, and we could have a very similar like plot and storyline where we find out that Jane now is, in possession of Mjolnir. And that's turned her into the mighty Thor, Jane Foster Thor. And as our Thor, Odinson, is talking to her about this, we find out about the cancer, and that, the hammer is basically keeping her alive. But at the same time, the hammer is also bringing her closer to death, because she's now subjecting herself to be a god, that the one guy that Thor himself might not be able to beat on his own. Now the love of his life is stepping into the arena, and we can still get a similar moment like we get in the movie where Jane's like, I'm going to die either way. So I think that it's very fascinating that like we don't really have to change very much about the story at all just to make it better. And basically the only other thing that we're also adding in is a better story, and making Gore like an actually like scary villain, and actually like see him do what he says he's gonna do, versus like all of his god butchering being off screen. That was really really bad. But honestly, all the bones for this are there. Like it really just happened in dialogue reshoots, everything that I suggested. So that's what's hard, is like the movie itself is not great, but it's also not far off from like being better than it was.
The ingredients were there. It could have been a top 5 Marvel movie, but they ruined it.
I don't know about top 5, but it definitely could have been very touching. But you think about the song "Sweet Child of Mine." Her hair reminds me of the one safe place where, as a child, I'd hide. I pray for the thunder and the rain to quietly pass me by. It's like Jane was the only escape that Thor ever felt. And where do we go now? It's just like the song literally fits the movie perfectly. And so I was so hyped seeing that trailer and seeing them use that song. And then it just, like, as the movie goes on and, like, the goats won't shut up, it just was so rough. But, yeah, I think I only saw it, I think I saw it twice in theaters, if memory serves. And it was a rough experience.
Yeah. I saw it with my brothers, and then I forced my parents to watch it.
Oh, my gosh. You had to force them to watch it.
I think I waited till that was my era. Well, I'm still in this era. I'm just like waiting for it to go on Disney Plus, because I heard all these I remember being like, "Oh, this looks so good," and then I heard all the bad reviews, and I was like, "Well, I'm already paying for Disney Plus." So,
and I remember, Brad, the Viking ship came out, so I remember you saw the rumors, and you were super hyped, and then it was the goat one.
Well, another Viking ship came out later, but I was like, okay, this is kind of cool, but also like, this is stupid. So,
all right. Well, for everybody that voted on the Ant-Man set, we are done now.
Wow,
this is
that's a good
Quantum Explorer. I like that it actually looks like an ant with like the little antenna grabber, like to pick stuff up in the quantum realm. And it can only fit one figure inside. In the movie, we see it can fit 2 because he, goes to rescue Janet and that. But still a cool set. Of course, we got that Ant-Man and the Wasp Endgame style Ant-Man. Such a great figure. I know the helmet isn't accurate, but it is what it is. That was
cool.
We got Wasp. This figure was pretty rough, admittedly, with that helmet. I mean, Wasp is my girl. I love Wasp, but it's not a good one. And then, of course, Ghost was in this too. and we can flip it around, and she had an alternate head that you could see Ava's face on the other side.
Wow, cool. Is this a minifigure that needed leg printing, or was it honestly totally fine without it?
I think every minifigure needs leg printing, but this one was okay without. Then we got a little Pym particle vial here.
Okay.
And then we also got the world's greatest grandma statue for fun. So yeah, it's a pretty cool set. I like this one. I remember getting it at Walmart back in the day, and chat can remind me, but I'm pretty sure it was only like $20, maybe $25.
Wow.
So 3 minifigs, all exclusive, $20, pretty solid little build. I really enjoyed that one a lot. Now, to everybody that voted on the Iron Skull sub attack earlier, boy, do I have good news for you. Now.
You know, a few days ago, you posted the Captain America set with the Red Skull, and that was a set that I had when I was younger, and I was like, oh, it's so nostalgic for me.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I love that set so much. Yeah, that set was amazing. Cool. Well, all right, let's get this one opened up. We'll open it from this side. Now, I just picked it. Where did I get this from? Oh, I just brought this back from Texas. The box is kind of damaged, but I got a really, really good price on it, so I couldn't say no. And as I was thinking about, like, sets to build for this set came out in 2016. Technically, we've already covered the year 2016 with the Civil War airport battle, but at this point, I'm a little bit more interested in just, like, interesting sets from Mini Superheroes Today history than I am like, oh my gosh, we have to get every single year covered or else. So to that point, this set is really special to me because I was visiting at home. Honestly, I can't remember if I was visiting at home in the sense that, like, I was home for the summer or if I was just home on, like, spring break or something, but I was obviously in college in 2016. If somebody in chat could look up when this set came out in 2016, I would really appreciate that. I would love to know that. But yeah. Anyways, I was at home and we were at my local hometown Target. Hang on, I'll wait till the bag's dumped out because I know it's loud.
Real quick, while you talk about, while you open up that, I was trying to use She-Hulk's hair for something. It doesn't look as good as I thought it was going to. I don't know.
Oh, I love that figure. I love She-Hulk.
Looks like Shrek's daughter from the teaser.
Yeah. I'm trying to make, so I'm doing a video where I'm making basically 10, I use like D&D classes and races to make like 10 different figures. And I've kind of had some fun with it. Barbarian Centaur.
Oh yeah.
So I'm having fun with it, but I'm trying to make like Orc Monk. And I was like, oh, she maybe like adds like longer hair to it or something. Nope. Definitely. The She-Hulk hair is great, but like it doesn't work. It just, Shrek starter is the best way to put it.
Ouch. Yeah, I mean, that just tells you how bad that trailer looked. I mean, my God. Where was I? Oh yeah, so I was at home visiting. Wow, okay, CryptoBrick says it was January 1, 2016. So I guess I technically would have found this in 2015, which is where my story's going. We were at Target just looking around and, shopping, whatever. And I was back in the Lego section and I found this set on store shelves early, actually. I've been very fortunate to find a decent amount of sets on store shelves early. I'm going to put it here so we can look at it while we're talking about it. But yeah, this one was crazy. I couldn't believe I found this one early. And yeah, I guess that's all there really is to the story. I found it early.
That's cool. The only time
December of 2015 it would have been.
The only time I found a set early was the Benatar. I found it like 2 weeks early at Walmart.
Oh, nice.
But
I did from Infinity War.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I was going to Walmart all the time. Like, guys, I'm not kidding. I was going like maybe to 3 different Walmarts every day for like 2 weeks before those sets came out because I wanted to find them early so bad. and I went to a Walmart because back then there was an app called BrickSeek that you could use. That if you had like the UPC code, you could type it in and you could find out like the inventory for a local Walmart. But you had to always like take it with a grain of salt because, you know, they're computer systems and it's like interfacing. So it's not always like 100% accurate, like what the inventory would actually be when you got there. And the other thing is like, you have to be very courteous to the employees that are working there. Cause like, they don't, they don't have to like go look in the back for some Lego set or whatever. Like it's fine. And I don't really do that anymore, to be honest. I just, it just is what it is. If it's out, it's out. It just doesn't matter. But back then I was going to BrickSeek and like trying to see if I could find them early. And according to BrickSeek, there was one at a Walmart near me, the Benatar set. So I went there and was hoping that I could find it. And they went in the back and they were like, yeah, unfortunately, it's just stockpiled somewhere in the back, but they're like, oh, it's coming out on this and this date. So we'll definitely find it by then and put it on store shelves. And I was nice, like, oh, okay. And in my head, I'm like, yeah, I know that. But, they had like a little scanner or something, and they actually printed me off this. It's a sticker that I put on my like minifig case here. I guess it's just off camera. Let's see if I can turn it just enough. It's this sticker right here. It's a price sticker that says, it's a Walmart price sticker that says $56 LGSH Avengers. And so I guess they like printed that sticker off to like try to match it in the back or something, like where it would be in inventory. I honestly don't really know why they did that, but yeah. It was very interesting. Sir Batman said he had to get dinner, but what set are we on now? We are building the Iron Skull Sub Attack. Ooh, really good one. Really good one. So yeah, love that. And now we're actually getting into building the Skull Sub because just built this little flyer, or I guess it's a diver for the Hydra Scuba Agent, who was exclusive to this set. And then, of course, we've got the Scuba Iron Man, and he does have a helmet. But back in the day, people might not know this, the Iron Man helmets used to come sealed in these little bags.
Right. To
keep them nice and safe. And so, since all of these will be for sale on Saturday night on Whatnot, always got to throw that in there. I'm going to leave them in the bags because like the fact that I'm opening these boxes and they're case fresh, like somebody might really enjoy the opportunity that they get to open something from 2016. So I'm going to save that for whoever, buys it. Plus it tells you exactly how case fresh all this stuff is. Yeah, there's a lot of layers and a lot of good benefits to that for sure. Don't you love it when you're building and you're like, oh, my set is absolutely missing a piece. Like, it's missing a piece. And then as soon as you think that, you're like, oh, there it is.
A lot of times, because if I'm building a set and I'm making a video of it, I'm already pouring bags everywhere. So if there is a piece missing, I always blame myself because I'm pouring bags and they're going everywhere, to make the video. And a lot of times I have the piece. So I just go in my collection, grab it from the drawer, and just continue building because I just blame myself because most 99% I lost the piece.
Let's see. Toby asked if I reply earlier, and now I am replying. So I'm doing 2 replies at once here. Toby said, I found the first Marvel CMF a day early, if you can even call it early, I guess. A day early is still early. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. Froze Rose says, I was building the Mona Lisa set and lost a piece from the hand, but I couldn't find it, so I ordered it. Well, that's cool that you ordered it, and hopefully you got it back. But, well, it sounds like you did. Anyways, where was I going with this? If you're ever missing a piece, you can actually reach out to Lego support, and they're really, really good about getting you the piece that you are missing. So that's really good. And Froze Rose says they have it now. So it sounds like in the end everything worked out just fine. But yeah, pretty crazy. I mean, obviously, like all of us have built a lot of Lego sets in our day. Have you guys ever been missing like pieces or anything like super significant? It's only happened to me a couple of times.
Once.
The couple of times it's happened, it's like a piece that I could like easily replace. Like it was never like, you know, a super rare exclusive piece, except for one time. But I want to hear your guys' stories, and then I'll come back and tell mine.
Usually it's used sets, but like directly from Lego. There's been like a couple times where like the worst. It was 2016, I want to say, Star Wars Advent Calendar.
Mm-hmm.
I opened up the first day, and the plastic bag was already opened up in it.
Whoa.
So I then opened up the entire box and noticed all the minifigure parts and good parts from the set were already missing.
Wow, so somebody got to it.
Yeah.
Someone opened it, turned it back to Walmart, and of course this was December 1st, so I couldn't get a replacement for it.
Wow.
So what happened?
Huh?
Nothing?
I reached out to customer support and they're like, hey, we can't send you a new one. If you tell us all the pieces, like we'll try to put them together for you. And I ended up just going, I don't care, and returned it and bought. Actually, it was the Battle on Crate set I bought after returning that. So
oh, okay. Well, that worked out, I guess.
Yeah. And then I will say there's one really funny moment where I thought I was missing a very big important piece from a set, and it's actually caught on live stream. But when I was building Eldorado Fortress in the first stream, I was building the boat, and I couldn't find the sails for the life of me. And all stream, I'm like going, where are these sails? I can't. Did Lego really forget the sails in my Eldorado Fortress? And I was like super upset about it by the end of the stream. So after the stream, I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna quickly look around before I ask customer support. And I flipped the box upside down, and this just little thing of sails just floats out of it. And I was like, and it blended in with the bottom of the box. So when I looked in it during the stream, I couldn't see it. So
that just makes me think about like Lego customer support. Like, you know, the joke about like computer support is like, you know, you call the Geek Squad at Best Buy or you call Apple support and they say, well, have you tried turning it on and off again? Like for Lego customer support, they probably have to be like, have you emptied all the bags? Have you emptied the entire box? Like that's probably the equivalent, to be real.
Probably true.
That's funny. I remember I had like a Lego City set. It was a small one. It was like a little firefighter car with a trailer. And this had to be like 2010, that era. And I was missing like a 1x4 plate. Something super simple. But the last thing that I used Lego customer service was the is it the Gargantos set from Doctor Strange? The torso of Doctor Strange was a little bit off, and I'm like, I went ahead and got customer service, and like a week later it popped up. So
what do you mean it was off?
It like the printing was like there's no printing on the medallion. It was like it was a little off to where like
you wouldn't happen to still have that, would you?
Yeah, of course. It'd be somewhere. It'll be somewhere. I can look for it and send it to you. I don't care.
Yeah, I would definitely like that because I'll go get my bin of misprints. Like, wait till you see some of these.
How you doing, Ethan?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Just gonna hang out and talk here for a second. Let's read some comments, shall we, Ethan? What's one that stands out to you?
Well, I saw that bowl was like you got a good amount.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. True Score points out for you, Ethan. He's like, yeah, it's not like that Doctor Strange torso ever came in any other set. Like they keep using that. So, but yeah, I'd like to see that one you were talking about.
I think there was no printing on the medallion.
Wow, that's crazy.
Or something. I don't know. It was off to where I was like, because previous years I had a Star Wars clone helmet that was down. It was the gunner from a few. It's like a clone gunner, and the printing was just down. and I
still have that, like a lot of Clone Trooper misprints other than 501st, because there's a lot of those out there. For some reason, there were a lot of messed up 501st helmets, but like a lot of those can sell for a lot of money. Now, for me, I have people reach out to me and they'll be like, hey, I have this misprint, you know, da-da-da. And in most cases, I really won't pay a lot of money for a misprint. And it's not because, like, I don't think that they're worth it. It's not because of anything like that. It's just, to me, like, they're cool, but
yeah,
I'm not, like, obsessed with them. But that is an unbelievably funny statement to say with the entire bowl full of misprints that I'm about to show you. So, yes, this is very special for everybody that's on stream right now. A lot of these I've gotten since my last misprint video. So this is one I want to redo here soon. This Hulk only has printing on one side of his pants.
Oh.
How does that
That's
even
pretty weird.
happen? That's crazy.
This popcorn piece from the CMF, the print is like completely missing on part of the back.
It's got
That
a
one's
racer
pretty
stuck to
weird.
it.
And that's a CMF. You can't, customer service won't fix that, right?
Yeah. So I don't
sometimes.
know if this will show up on camera, but the pink dot under R2-D2's eye is outside of the hole socket it's supposed to be in.
Yeah.
That one's pretty weird. I'm just going to show you like the best of the best ones, because some of these, like, you really got to squint to see. Rescue's face is like completely printed off to the side. Ironically, True Score helped me get this one. Black Panther's headpiece is like the printing on it is completely unaligned. I don't know if it shows up on camera as well.
I see it, yeah.
Let's see. Oh yeah, this one's insane. The red print on Scarlet Witch's tiara like is completely down the side.
So weird. That looks so that's cursed.
The blue on the back of Joker's vest didn't go the whole way to the end.
What?
Can you see that, like, right there?
Yeah.
This one is my favorite. I've had people offer me a lot of money for this one, and I won't sell it. Chewbacca's bandolier is printed the wrong way. And on the back, you can see the dot of his nose that's supposed to be on the front.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I love that one. Ironically, I did a live stream building my first 501st battle pack, and on stream when I opened it, I got this misprint where the face is printed down.
I have a clone gunner very similar like that. I don't even know where it is. It's somewhere.
Oh, nice. This one's crazy. This Deadpool, when he was going through the printing process, they never printed the, like, pouches on his leg. He's supposed to have ammo pouches on one of his legs, and it just completely missed that step of printing.
Wow.
So, I mean, Deadpool is already like over $100 in value. I literally can't even imagine what a one-of-one misprint like that would be. Yeah, some of these aren't like super significant. Like a lot of these are like called down shifts, where like the face is just printed lower than it should be. Some people don't even count those. It's just like barely a variation. This green droid, his head is printed off center.
That's a kind of cool one though, because it could be kind of useful for a bit. I don't know, like I feel like that one's like actually
like looking to the side.
Yeah.
This one's crazy because I agree. That one's like actually useful. This one's crazy because the entire bottom row of teeth never printed on the figure. And it's from 2006.
That is crazy.
Let's see. Oh yeah, this Two-Face. I'm gonna take the hair off it just so you can see. When he went through the printer, it's all purple details, no black.
Oh,
I like that one.
That one's actually kind of cool, yeah.
Yeah, that one's crazy. Kind of getting to the end of the line here, I guess. Like I said, most of the other ones that are in here are just like downshift ones, so they're not too crazy. But yeah, I've definitely got quite a few over the years. And people will reach out, like I said, and like sell them or, ask if I'm interested in buying them. And like, I'm always interested to like look, because if nothing else, they're just interesting to see like what's out there. But you know, I have a set price that I offer people, and I say, this is the price that I'll offer, because in most cases, that price is worth more than just the regular version of the minifig, so you can just get a replacement. And I'm paying a little bit of novelty, but like at the same time, I don't need any of these. They just sit in a bowl, like, you know. So if anybody watching has like a superheroes misprint they're interested in selling, I'm always willing to take a look. But like, for whatever reason, the superhero misprints seem not to sell as well as Star Wars ones, just for whatever reason. But yeah, let's see. We've gotten a lot of comments here. Let's see if people are talking about misprints. Comic Boy says, my only misprint is the 2012 Spider-Man, but printed on a black torso instead of blue. Okay, hang on, Comic Boy. That sounds so cool, because that would be like the first appearance Spider-Man where he had like black and red. So if you have that and would be willing to sell that, not only would I be interested, but I would actually make you an offer for more than I would normally make, because that's like one of my number one figures I want Lego to make, is the first appearance black and red suit Spider-Man, like from Amazing Fantasy 15, where he's swinging and holding the guy under his arm. Like, I love that suit. And so this would be like the closest way to have like a real version of that, because it's like a Lego misprint on black. So assuming that it looks the way it sounds, like, Comic Boy, I would be very, very interested in that if you want to reach out to me in any of the ways, and I would give you a big shout out for, you know, doing that. But, you know, obviously that would be contingent on it looking the way I think it looks in my head, but I'm just putting it out there that I'm very, very interested in that. So yeah, a lot of people talking about missing pieces. Okay, he said, oh, he bought it on eBay. I thought he got it out. He said, never going to sell it. It cost me way too much on eBay. Okay, there you go. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk anyways. Oh, well.
I mean, the offer still stands. I mean, you might be willing to buy it for a bit more than it is on eBay. So
that's true. And Brad, you know, my birthday is coming up. So, you know, you could be thinking in advance what you want to get me this year.
Mm-hmm. Jonathan, I'm going to give you what I always give my friends, a nice firm handshake.
I guess that means we're hanging out for my birthday then. I mean,
yeah,
hey, you know,
let's do it.
Yeah. What month is that?
You don't know?
Yeah, you don't know? Come on, man. What the heck?
I don't actually. Yeah, now that I think about Ethan, when is Jonathan's birthday?
I don't know if he wants me to say it. I know it, though.
I give you permission. You can say it.
October 27th.
That's not coming up anytime. My birthday's coming up sooner than that. So what are you going to get me for my birthday, Jonathan?
I never said I was getting you anything. You said you were getting me. I never said that. Although you technically never said it either. I assumed you were. So
no.
You know,
I was just trying to get you an
argument here.
Trying to get you a cool item, but
yep, I just need that misprint Spider-Man now. EMV says, I was wondering if you could do a video combining the old Civil War airport battle and the new one. That would be really cool to make a better version of it by combining both. That would be really, really cool. The only reason I would be hesitant to do that is I only have my one airport Civil War battle. I mean, technically I have this other one I just built, but I'm about to sell that this weekend. And so, like, I only like to combine sets when I already have a complete one of both sets off to the side, because in my line of work, like, I never know when I'm going to need to do like a comparison or something, like when something comes out. So like for me, I would have to deconstruct both sets, then reconstruct both sets. And then, you know, maybe it's something I would consider doing, but it's not a project. Okay, it is a project that sounds really exciting in the sense that, like, it would be a lot of fun to, like, combine those and kind of fix the new one, but it doesn't sound as exciting on the reverse side of having to, like, unbuild both sets and then rebuild the original.
Yeah.
Because I already didn't enjoy building the 2025 version, so now I would technically have to do it again. So, well, okay. I shouldn't say I didn't enjoy it, because every Lego set has its own ways to be enjoyable, but you know what I mean. It's not a good set. There's just no other way to say it.
Turn into like a Friends version.
Friends Lego
Friends version. That would be cool. Well, I did that with almost the reverse of that with the Tony Stark mansion. Like I turned the Friends mansions into Tony Stark. So that, maybe.
Yeah. When is that series going to be coming out? You turning superhero sets into Friends sets or Friends versions of superhero sets?
Well, yeah. I mean, it would be cool to just go to the Lego store and buy Friends sets and turn them into like superhero adjacent sets. I'm working on a mock project right now. I've not announced it yet, and I'm just going to put the video out. It's not really going to have an announcement, but it's one I'm really, really excited about. But like the vision I had in my head versus like the pieces I see in front of me now aren't quite lining up the way I thought that they would. So I'm not saying that like it's not going to be possible or doable. I just have to really think about it a lot harder than I initially thought I would. So that definitely makes it interesting. But yeah. Lily asks, would I ever come check out Australia? Oh, that's a good question. I would. The only thing about Australia is how long it takes to get there from Nashville, Tennessee. Mm-hmm. Like, it is not a hop, a skip, and a jump kind of location to get to. And, like, for example, hang on, I'll wait till this is dumped out because I know it's loud. For example, like when we went to Europe last year, Ethan, like so I can leave Nashville and like have a layover for a few hours in like Toronto or London and then take another flight. And then I'm in my destination place, like if it's Italy or Denmark or whatever. So it's like maybe 2-3 hours to like Toronto or JFK or Atlanta. And then 6 to 8 hours from there to like somewhere in Central Europe. But for Australia, I would have to go to like either Atlanta maybe or Los Angeles for a layover and then go from there to Australia. So like it's already like maybe 3.5 to 5 hours just to get to another airport that then could then get me to Australia, which I assume is probably like over 10 hours.
Look at the comment. Sure. It's a 16-hour flight for me to LA. So I'm guessing he's from Australia. So it's 16 hours. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the thing is like it takes me 16 hours in the air to get to and from like Central Europe for like, Denmark or Italy or something like that. So the question is not would I like to go to Australia? I very much would enjoy that. The question is 16 hours.
The only
maybe if the Concorde comes back and I could get there in like 8.
The only time that I would go to Australia is like they're doing like a Lego the Australian version of Lego Masters. They do like a worldwide version of Lego Masters. And the only way I'm going, if they, for some reason, they see me and Dom and go, we can invite them on the Australian version of the show. That's the only time I feel like I'd go to Australia in the next couple of years. I mean,
yeah, and I can agree that everything I said could be completely caveated if it was like a paid work-related trip. Like, I think most people would agree with that. Like, I don't think that that's unhinged to say or anything.
Yeah.
Oh, I think if a company hit you up tomorrow and went, hey, even for me, I think about it all the time. Like, if some group was like, hey, we'd like to bring you out to England to do some videos about castles. Like, I'd be like, you paying for it? Let's do this. Like,
yeah, exactly. I mean, I would entertain just about anything. Okay, so to our loyal viewers who have been watching for the live stream builds, we just built Scuba Captain America with his little flippers. And this figure is technically exclusive to the set because of his breathing apparatus and the flippers. But technically, the same figure also came out in the Avenjet set with the head, torso, and shield and all that. But he had Well, actually, that had the breathing apparatus too. So the only exclusive thing about this figure are the flippers. The Avenjet version didn't have the flippers, but it did have like a breathing like air pack on the back. And then we have Iron Red Skull, who was exclusive to this set, and a really cool figure.
Those legs, though, look at those.
Oh yeah, I mean, literally perfect for making customs.
Yeah.
Even the back of the torso is good for customs. It's a great figure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see. Yes, you could definitely talk to me for a long time about music. Music and Lego are the two things that I never run out of gas talking about. That for sure. The only problem is I don't know if I'll be at Brick World Chicago, so that would be problematic. But
it's okay. I know you don't want to be there for my birthday.
Okay, so EMV says, what would be your favorite choices for the Marvel CMF after the Spider-Verse one? When I refer to this, if you think we will get a comic, Marvel Rivals, or pure MCU characters. Well, at this point, you know, I guess we don't really know if there will be another Marvel CMF series. I would like to feel confident that there would be, because we've had two and both seem to have sold really well. And obviously the Spider-Verse one is going to sell great because everybody's going to want every variant, at least if you're a superhero character, right? Like the collector, I mean. So
that's, you know, if that's happening, you know.
Yeah, hypothetically, if it were to be happening. But yeah, I don't know. I think that like a classic 60s comic book version would be really cool. I think that would be amazing. Like all first appearance versions of characters, exactly like I was saying before with like first appearance Spider-Man and all that. That would be really cool. But yeah, that would be cool. As far as Marvel Rivals, like a lot of people have asked me, like, do I think they'll make Marvel Rivals sets or figures? Here's the thing. I know the game is awesome, and I know that there's like a lot of really cool character designs and things like that. I just honestly don't think that like Marvel or even Lego was anticipating the game being as popular as it is. This is just my opinion. And so it obviously takes a long time to like develop a product line and sets and things of that nature. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like even if they decided they were going to, it would take a while for the sets and figures or whatever it would be to come out. And then would the hype for the game be over by the time that it comes in? Now, that being said, I realize it's one of the most played video games in the entire world right now, and it's so popular. So I'm just saying I don't know. I would like to think it's going to last for a long time. I'm literally just saying I'm not sure. So
yeah. I mean, look at Fortnite, for example. It took years to get Fortnite, but I feel like Fortnite is still plenty popular. So maybe it's like if it's popular for, they probably have a number in mind. Like if it's popular for a year, then we'll start production.
Well, see, the thing
yeah, I guess like, that's interesting with Fortnite. Like it's kind of its own thing too. So I really don't know. It is fascinating.
The thing to me is, do we need Marvel Rival sets? Can you just not play Marvel Rivals? Like,
well, to be fair though, what this person was asking though was about a CMF series, not necessarily sets. Like a CMF series actually would be perfect. Especially like with how detailed their suits are in that game and stuff like that. Like, honestly, I think the only way we could get them and they would be done justice would actually be to get a CMF series. But then I go back to my original point of like, well, the game is popular. I'm not saying it's not, but is it going to be popular long enough that would be the case? So I don't know, but I think that would be cool. And then, of course, just going back to the MCU would be really cool and just filling in gaps of things that we haven't gotten. Like, for example, alternate Iron Man armors. Like, they could literally just do a CMF of Iron Man armors that we haven't gotten yet. Yeah. And that would get us, not only would it get us most of the MCU Iron Man armors, but it would be such a great way to like army build, because you know all the like leg prints would be immaculate, arm printing, so like people would go nuts to like, you know, see all these different versions of Iron Man. So yeah, I mean, it is a really cool hypothetical. It's just a little bit hard to imagine like what that could even pan out to look like.
I know what they'll do. They'll have Venomized superheroes now, where you'll get a Venomized Captain America, Venomized.
I mean, I could see that, and honestly, like, I don't think it would be a terrible seller, but I hope that we're off the Venomized figure trend from, a couple years ago, because it's just like, wow, we got so many.
Yeah, it was kind of overkill.
Yeah, it was way too much. I mean, I get that little kids like Venom, and it does make for like good story for play. Like, I do get, big kids like Venom too. I mean, I get it. Just saying, like, yeah.
I wonder what else could what are other Marvel series that they could do for CMS?
I mean, some of the TV shows still haven't gotten. There's like figures from some of the TV shows that would be really cool as minifigures. I can't name them off the top of my head, but I know for a while some of those.
Daredevil would be amazing, like the
Daredevil
MCU version of Daredevil.
Yeah, I was in the middle of watching. Actually, when you texted me, I was in the middle of watching Daredevil, the newest episode, because I didn't get a chance to finish that yet. But like, it's Born Again's been really good, and like I loved the Netflix, but also at the same time, is it like, I don't know, the too dark path that we sometimes talk about? So
okay, I have a question that I feel like y'all would be able to answer perfectly. I just finished season 2 of Daredevil. What do I need to watch now to watch the new season?
Defenders.
Season 3 of Daredevil.
Okay, so it's just season 3.
No. Want to watch 1, 2, then Defenders, then 3.
Okay, that's the
I
order?
was a fan of Defenders. I know a lot of people aren't, but I enjoyed Defenders. But it also sets up Daredevil season 3 very well.
Okay, so is Defenders is necessary?
I believe so. Jonathan might disagree, but
Defenders isn't like peak cinema like Marvel, but at the same time, it is cool to see all of those heroes like finally shared screen time. And I know that we see the heroes like crossover in each other's shows, like Luke Cage and Iron Fist, and Luke Cage and Jessica Jones and all that, but it is really cool to finally see them all like together. So yeah, Defenders is a lot of fun. I definitely recommend it. I was just thinking like to speed run, because like the events of Defenders are basically explained over the course of Daredevil season 3, but for maximum enjoyment, and if you have the time, it definitely is a worthy watch. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, because I want to get ready for it, because the new season that's out, I want to enjoy the hype while it's still here.
Yeah,
because in 6 months, is everyone going to be talking about Daredevil?
No. Well, maybe it depends how good it is. I don't know. I've enjoyed it so far, but I think it's also because I don't want to say grew up on the original like Netflix Daredevil show. And also, like, I remember when Defenders came out, and I was so excited to I remember bench watching it like the day it came out. So like I have that nostalgia behind it, but also the guy who plays Daredevil is just perfect in the role.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he really is. He's he was literally born to play that role.
Yeah. He does such a great job. And then, if you really want to make yourself miserable, watch the, 7th episode of She-Hulk just to get that little bit of Daredevil in there, but it is very not needed at all.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
I've seen all the clips that I need to see on TikTok.
Yeah, that's that. I'll do it.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty rough. All right, so I got bag 2 and 3 done of the Iron Skull sub, so we got one more bag to go. Whoa. So let's see. Oh, Rita wants me to move a little bit so you can see the beautiful Indiana Jones boxes.
Wow.
Wait. Yeah, I've got them all. That's every Lego Indiana Jones set box ever, with the exception of the Comic-Con exclusive one, which is on more prominent display elsewhere. But I mean, come on, look at this beauty.
Ooh.
Yep. I keep the boxes here so that they're in the background of every single video on the channel. I even keep the instruction booklet out as we just saw it fall because I like to look through it and
Look
think
at that.
about building this as a kid around this time in 2008. Crazy, amazing. What else do we have over here that's cool? This one, obviously.
Ooh.
Yep. I wish it were the forbidden one, but it's still pretty cool.
Yeah, if only they made another one of those.
Yep.
I know, right?
Might as well just show the biggest box of them all, the Temple of the Crystal Skull. Ooh. Such a cool set. Literally so cool.
And just the box, it's got like a shine to it, and that's what's.
Yeah, it really does. It's amazing. Love it. Let's see. Crypto Bricks, there has been an Iron Fist minifigure. It was based off of his comic book look, but more specifically from the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon. He actually came in the very first Spider-Man set after Marvel got the license back in 2012. It was a Walmart exclusive. That would have been a fun one to build today, but it doesn't fall in my 10 years of content creation. I wasn't making content yet, but yeah, that was a really, really fun one. So yeah, we did get a comic book style Iron Fist, but that's the first and only one we've ever gotten since 2012, which is really, really crazy.
You remember getting this in Europe, these blocks at Lars' place? I want more of them. Oh, wow.
Right
It's just, they're perfect for like intros too. It's like, do you remember where they're from? Isn't it like Legoland?
They're just like alternate Lego blocks for like kids, kind of like you would see at like the play place or something, like you get dropped off for daycare or whatever. But they had a ton of them down at Orlando Brick Co. last time I was
really
over the summer, or in the fall, excuse me. Yeah, they had a ton of them. I think they were like between like $8 and $15 a piece, depending on like the shape of them. So they definitely were pricey, but I think most people are just going to get one or two just for as a conversation piece. Like nobody's going too crazy,
Yeah.
Ethan clears them out.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I don't know. He did just say he wants more.
I can see. I can see myself getting one of each color because they're good for like intros, like level. Just holding it, just something to hold.
Yeah,
for an intro,
especially for you and what you do.
So I can see myself as the years go by and I see them. I will get, especially like a red and a yellow and a green. Get the main colors.
Yeah, I got another one when I was in Orlando. Like I just said, I did get another one. It's well, I think I got another one. If I did, I don't remember where it is. So,
but you have every different type of block that's like in 2x4 format, right?
I just have one of every type of block. They're not all exactly the same shape.
Okay.
I do try to have them be red if I can help it, but I don't have like every single one in the same shape and color.
Yeah. I think color is more important than shape.
What's up, Ashley?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because it'll just look cool, like on a wall. Because they're all behind you, right?
Oh yeah. Hi, Ashley. Thanks for saying happy anniversary. Appreciate that. I'd love to open up a Brick Co. in Australia. Don't know if they're international yet or not. I don't think that they are.
Bricks and Minifigs technically went international recently, if I remember right.
I guess all you could do is reach out and ask.
Ethan, you've been rubbing off on me because it's more Cheesy Studios because I've been getting into different Lego colors lately, especially when it comes to minifigure parts. And I was trying to figure out because I bought this cool head. Because I've been like trying to find heads with different colors. It's I don't exactly know what color that is. But I was trying to find hands to match it for the figure I'm making. And I'm like, is that like there's so many different versions of blue now. It's kind of annoying.
I think it's dark azure. Let's see.
I think you're right.
Dark azure. You need to get one of these little guys. I love them.
I guess so.
There's a newer version of the We Love What You Build. Is that the company name? I don't know. There's like the periodic table of Lego element colors. And it's super cool.
I'm nearing the end of this build, guys. It's really fun to rebuild these. I mean, we've been talking amongst ourselves and answering questions this whole time, which is really cool. And I love that, obviously. But it's like, it's been really fun to go down memory lane because, like, I just think back to where I was when I was building these sets for the first time and, like, what that experience was like and just where I was in life. And like we were talking earlier about, like, finding stuff early or, like, you know, the grocery thing. And, like, it's just really cool to, like, relive that by building these sets again, you know? And carries a little extra weight when, like, these sets literally have, like, made my life, you know? Like, my whole life is these Lego Marvel sets. And so to, like, rebuild them case fresh right out of the box is, like, it's been a really, really special experience. It's been so fun today.
You're building them, like, if I was live streaming and building, I would only get one of the sets done. And you've gotten... This is the third or fourth one?
This is the fourth one. We did the Hulkbuster, we did the Civil War Airport, we did the Ant-Man, and now this one. So this is number 4. And we're at 3 hours and 25 minutes. My initial concept for this live stream was to do 10 sets, one from every year I've been a content creator, and talk about the story behind it, you know, da-da-da-da-da. But then I wanted to go for 10 hours. That's not happening.
No,
that is not happening.
That sounds awful. I'll be honest.
Hey, come on, man. It's me.
No, I'm just saying, I as someone who streamed a lot, I can't usually get past
actually,
like 1 or 2 hours unless it's like a very specific thing.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry. Yes, it's because of you that I wouldn't want to do 10 hours.
Good save. Okay.
You would have to schedule it of, like, having someone on every hour to do, like, just so it doesn't get so bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how today worked out. Like, I was on for maybe 30-ish minutes, and then Chris joined, and then maybe 30-ish minutes after that, Ethan joined, and then Ethan's been chilling since then. So, and now you're here. So
and where did that bring you?
That's the way today's worked.
Back to me.
Back to me. Okay. I have one random 1x4.
Oh, no.
Obviously needs to go somewhere, but I don't know where.
Oh, that looks nice. Also, why are you still here? It's like that one TikTok sound.
I'm so cooked, guys. I don't know where this one piece goes.
Oh,
wait,
no.
One Piece?
It's a One Piece.
The One Piece is real.
Okay.
Oh no!
Now I have to go back and look at every.
Oh, look who decided to show up in the chat.
There he is. Okay,
he could have joined us for at least 15 minutes, but he's too good for us.
He can show up in the chat, but he can't log in. He's got the invite. If he wanted to do it, he could. Okay, well, I found where this piece goes, so that's good.
Okay, good.
It's one of those pieces that was, like, hidden in the build, not, like, integral, but just good to have.
I don't know if there's a set in my collection that is 100% complete. I think they've all, like, either a part's fallen off and I just haven't put it back on, or it's like I needed a part. I mean, maybe the Dune Ornithopter, because it's new and it's Technic and it's not easy to take apart.
Yeah, even my Dune Ornithopter isn't complete because I took the wings off for my Wolverine class.
Yeah.
That's a set I'd still love to get my hands on at one point.
Yeah, it's a great set.
That's a movie that I'm looking forward to. I think it's this year. In December. The next Dune.
The next one's already coming out?
I think there's no trailer for it. I thought. Maybe I'm thinking incorrectly. But I'm pretty sure it's this year in December.
Okay, where this piece is supposed to go is not working.
Let's see. I got to look at Dune now. When?
Oh, I was putting it.
It's so bad because I still haven't finished the first movie.
Really?
And I keep meaning to like sit down and watch it, and then it goes off of Netflix. So.
Wrong year.
So, got the Iron Skull. Oh wait, what was it, Ethan? Sorry.
Wrong year. December 2026.
Oh yeah, you're off. Whoa. Okay, so got the Iron Skull sub built. As far as play features, we can open this, and Red Skull sits up top in the command center. Then we have these panels that open up, and there's studs in there for the stud shooters on the side. And then we have this like little door underneath that opens up that has the prison, and you can like detach the prison, and it's on this chain where you can like put the Avengers in there. So I imagine Captain America probably is the one getting captured, and Iron Man has to come save the day. I haven't seen this episode, so I actually don't know.
What is that from?
It's from the Avengers Assemble cartoon, like the kids' cartoon.
That was wait.
Not the like really, really good one. It's like it's all right version.
Right. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. Oh, that one was so goated. It was Earth's Mightiest Heroes. That was the
Earth's
really good
Heroes.
one.
Yeah, that one was amazing.
And we as one. The theme song for that is always stuck in my head.
And I'm almost positive that Avengers Assemble is supposed to be like a soft reboot, in the sense that there's nothing that happens in continuity of the Avengers Assemble cartoon that like undermines Earth's Mightiest Heroes, but it's also not essential viewing either. So my thought is this: I only have ginormous sets from here on out, and I just can't do this one. There's no way. It'll be another 2 hours, and I just don't have the gas for that. But I could do this one. So the question is, how are we feeling, chat? Should I do one more? Are we good? Are we tired?
I'm ready.
I might have to dip here soon because I got to go get food before an event I have tonight. So,
yeah, I'm feeling pretty tired myself. Let's see what chat says.
Well, you got
one more says Drunk Lily.
What?
One more says Mike Lightyear. I feel like Elvis in Vegas. One more song, babe. Okay, I'm gonna do a little change up, and it still works within my self-confined rules that I made up that nobody cares about but me. I'm gonna build the Shang-Chi race car.
Oh.
We haven't covered a set from 2021 yet, so
yeah,
it still works, it still counts, and it's a much simpler build than this. So we will do one more. And we'll do the Shang-Chi. And once again, I'm opening a fresh set from 2021.
2021.
Yeah, so
all I remember is that set went on heavy clearance because I'm pretty sure I was working at the Lego store around that time.
That's one set that I do have. Right. It's not built anymore, but I had it.
All right, here we go. Shang-Chi. I just rewatched this movie last month. It was way better than I remembered it, and I liked it the first time. It's aged very well so far.
Mm-hmm. It's in the first out. If I remember right, like the fight scene on the bus scene. That's solid.
The bus sequence was amazing.
Mm-hmm. It's in the top. Like since Endgame, it's the good, like a good Marvel movie since Endgame. You know, one of the better ones.
Totally agreed. It was so good. I do think it kind of like went off the rails a little bit at the end with the whole like dragon fight and stuff like that, but it was good, like overall. Like,
it's one of those movies. I've only seen it once, but like the first hour was really good. Same with like Avatar 2, the second movie. The first hour was really good, and then it's like they're just trying to swim, and it got a little boring.
yeah, I saw it at an early screening here in Nashville, where like I was able to go see it a couple days early, and it was free, and I think it was either in Dolby or IMAX, and I fell asleep like 3 times. Like it just the Avatar movies just are not for me, and that's okay. It's like everybody's able to have their thing; it's fine. But the Avatar movies just are not it for me.
Yeah.
Matt says Shang-Chi was great, especially in comparison to other Phase 4 films. I agree, Matt. You should hop on camera and tell us that.
I know.
Yes,
Matt.
And
the more you stick around, the more we're gonna poke fun at you.
So. Thank you for the congrats. I appreciate that, Ashley. Thank you.
All right, I do got to dip because it's 5:30 and I got other things I got to go do today. Jonathan, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
It was kind of funny. I was looking through my phone of a picture of the two of us. I don't have any good pictures of the two of us, so we're gonna need to change that this year.
Oh yeah,
make that happen.
Yeah,
Photoshop.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a real good point.
You could just AI a photo of us.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Sorry, just some of the ads I've gotten lately are just so bizarre about what like these mobile app AI things that they're trying to sell these days. And I'm just like,
It just makes me want to turn my phone off and build a Lego set and just not, you know, it's too weird out there.
Hey, Jonathan, you know that one day in Europe where it was Legoland Germany? I don't think we took a single photo that day because it was so nonstop.
Yeah, we didn't take a photo together. Like, we were all filming stuff, but we didn't actually take a photo. That was sad.
I photoshopped we're on top of a mountain in Austria, and I photoshopped that picture in front of the stereotypical Legoland sign. So bad.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Bro thinks he's me having to make content.
Well, again, congratulations, Ethan. It was good seeing you again. Jonathan, it was great talking to you again.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Congrats on 10 years and 10 more, you know.
10 more? Oh, yeah.
There will be much more than 10 more, but not daily posts anymore, that's for sure.
That's too hard.
The irony is I was thinking about making a post tomorrow to talk about not making any posts. And then you
gotta wait till the next day afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Here's day 1 of not posting any content.
Here's how I spent my entire day not posting content. First, I woke up and then I started setting up my Lego figures for a photo shoot.
And then I realized I didn't have to.
Then I started editing them. Yeah, that is crazy.
All right. Well, have a good one, guys.
All right. See you, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah.
Good to see you, bro. And then there were 2.
I was about to say that. But yeah,
oh my gosh. What'd you say, Ethan? I'm sorry.
Oh, I always go back to Legoland Germany. It's like, man, if I could just go back there, get parts, minifigures. Oh my goodness.
I'm just looking at all the different ways I can like show us on camera. Whoa. There's a close up.
Look at that.
I like this one.
I like this one. This one's like.
But hang on, Dominic says, Minnie, sorry if it sounds off topic, but I bought something great today. It's a Jada Toys 124 scale Disney Cars Mac. That is cool. That is really cool.
That is cool. Yeah, I noticed the Captain America figure that you have back there. That's the
Oh yeah. his shield is gonna fall off because it broke, but they sent me a new one, but I just left the broken one on there.
Mhm.
This figure is so cool. Look at that.
Man, that's super accurate too. Like for
Yeah, it looks exactly like him. It's such a cool figure. I love this one. But yeah, okay. Anyways, I'm just gonna put this here because they're very intricate. Like it's not a figure you can like mash around. It's like almost just a statue. So I'll have to set him up again later. But.
Well, what brand is that again? Is that like the Black Series?
Oh no, these are from Sideshow Collectibles. They're Hot Toys.
Okay.
Yeah, like that cat figure. I got it on sale around Black Friday, but that's like a $250 figure. Like, it's insane. It was on sale, thankfully.
Yeah.
But, let's see. Lego Kid says this is a great stream. Well, thank you. It has been really fun. All 3 hours and 40 minutes of it so far. I agree. Jada toys are underrated. I don't think that the Cars stuff gets a lot of distribution here because Mattel has it. Let's see. Braxton says, love your content. Congrats on 10 years. Thank you very much. And says, what is your favorite comic series? Man, I don't know. I've been reading a lot lately, and I've been reading a lot of like old comics, like from the 60s and 70s. So I don't know. I love them all. I mean, I will say that I like Marvel a lot more than DC. It just, I'm sure that's literally not a surprise at all. But I like both. I just resonate a lot more with Marvel stories personally. So I couldn't say I have a favorite one, though. Of course, I love Spider-Man. Of course, I love different characters. But yeah, too tough to just pick a series. Could I go to Disney and build the Disney castle on live stream? Now that would be really cool. But yeah, I don't know. That would be cool. I'm not sure about live streaming in the park though. Like more so about just like battery life and power. Like, look how long it's taken me to build these 4 kind of simple sets. I mean, to build the Disney castle, that'd be.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I'm open to doing it. It's just logistics. I'd almost rather just review it at Disney.
Yeah.
That would be a little easier.
It's like, I think this was a post that, was it Lego that did it? But they built the Statue of Liberty. No, the Eiffel Tower in front of the Eiffel Tower. I feel like I've seen that before.
Yeah.
I don't know if
I'd
Lego
like to do that. If I lived in like France, I would do that.
Yeah.
But alas, I do not. Let's see. Coco Waffle says Brandon Davis cameo later. I did invite him to join us today. I just think that he got busy, but I did invite him and he did say yes, but I think just got busy. But very, very good. Brother from Another Brick says congrats on 10 years. I appreciate that. Thank you. Jared says got to get going. It was amazing to see you guys. Congrats, Jonathan. Hope you have a great day and stay awesome. Well, thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate that. Atomic asks Jonathan and Ethan, what are your favorite Marvel or DC superheroes? I'll let you go first, Ethan. I've been doing a lot of talking, and I need a little bit of water.
Okay, so I mean, Spider-Man's always iconic. But my favorite movies, I'm just gonna start off by saying my favorite Marvel movies, and then I'll branch off from there because I love Guardians of the Galaxy, and I love Thor Ragnarok. I'm more on the comedic. I love the comedic movies. Those are my 2 favorites. Also, Winter Soldier is also my favorite movie. In the top 5.
Wait, that's your favorite movie? Like ever?
No. Oh. They're in my top 5 Marvel movies. The 3 that I think of is Guardians 1 and 2. It's hard to pick a favorite. I think 1 is my favorite out of those. Then Thor Ragnarok and then Winter Soldier. They're in the top. Probably those are the top 3. But my favorite is probably Thor. Thor Ragnarok. Thor is my favorite. It's like every superhero has their moment, but it's like I like them for their good moments when they do have bad moments. So because it's like I love Thor Ragnarok Thor or the Infinity War Thor. That era of Thor, peak. You can't get any better than that.
And then the rest happened. But yeah, I think that like what I would love is obviously I think Thor will be back for Doomsday and Secret Wars. I'm sure that'll happen. But like when Chris Hemsworth is like ready to be done or Marvel's done with the character, I think it would be amazing to get like a Logan type movie, but with Thor, like old man warrior Thor. But the problem is like his best villain for that would have been Gore the God Butcher. So like,
yeah,
the Thor villain mythos is like running a little thin of like what they could actually realistically do. So that's the part that bothers me. But yeah, overall, yeah.
If Marvel ever like introduced a superhero that like it's just a whole new idea, like just something brand new, never seen before, what would your thoughts be on that? Not even based off comics, just brand new idea.
So they've actually done that. Do you know a couple characters in the MCU aren't from the comics?
I don't. I couldn't even think of it.
Yeah, so Agent Coulson was made up for the MCU. So that's interesting. There are some more. I'm just having trouble thinking of them off the top of my head, but there are more. But yeah, Agent Coulson was made up. See, I'm on live stream, so I don't want to like say one and get it wrong. So I'm only going to say the one that I know 100%. But Birdie from What If Season 3, the daughter of Howard the Duck and Darcy. That's a new character. Also, Kahori from Season 2, the Native American superhero. She was new for the MCU. So yeah, just real interesting.
Yeah. And then, like, if they wanted, like, a new... Because I'm sure in the comics, there's so much. Especially, like, for it to be, like, a main character. Like, a villain.
Yeah.
It'd be risky.
Yeah, it definitely would be risky. So, I'm trying to think. I do feel like there's a villain that's been made up. But like I said, I'm also not willing to risk it. I also just started putting some of these Shang-Chi builds away. But here's, like, a little weapons rack. And then we got... Morris.
Oh, that piece is wild.
Yeah, I remember when these sets came out, I was like, did Lego mess up? They didn't put a face print on this. And then it's like, oh, well, actually. Yeah, and then Shang-Chi and Razor Fist. Let's see. Drunk Lily says Sylvie isn't from the comics.
Wow.
So there you go. See, I knew there were more. But I think the thing about Sylvie is like there was a female Loki in the comics, but the backstory is nothing like what Sylvie's is. So I don't know. It's like there was precedent for that character a little bit. I do think I don't know if Taserface is from the comics. I actually don't know the answer to that. I don't know like deep cosmic Marvel lore because it gets so deep with like, you know, eternity and infinity and all that when you're out in space. It's kind of like its own world. I know a lot more about like the ground level or Avengers level threat stuff, but not really like, you know, the cosmic stuff. Like I would consider Taserface because, you know, he's not like, you know, Ego the Living Planet level cosmic, obviously. I'm just saying, like, you know, he's more on the cosmic side, just being in space. I just don't know as much about that stuff. Yeah, so see, now we got chat coming in. Eric Selvig was made up. I did know Luis was made up. Darcy, Harley from Iron Man 3. The Marvel Kid says, hey, Jonathan, congrats on 10 years. You're definitely my favorite Lego creator, and it was so cool to see my fig on your custom minifig display in the 10-year anniversary video. Yeah, man. Well, thank you so much. Like I showed in that video, you know, I've been very fortunate to be gifted a lot and sent a lot of fan mail over the years, and I keep it all. I store it all, and as you can see, the minifig you gave me made it to the permanent display. So thank you so much for that. I really, really appreciate it. That was really cool. It was amazing. And thank you for watching that and for watching this and for being a fan and all kinds of stuff. All right. So I just built one of the motorcycles. Now I have to repeat the build it again.
Whoa.
I kind of started to build it, but then I just focused on the one, and now I gotta get back to where we started from.
No stickers on them?
No sticker. No, there are stickers. I'm cooked. Okay, I'm just gonna include the stickers because once again, this will be on Whatnot Saturday night. You can buy the very sets that I've built during this stream. You could get many Superheroes Today history, and if you buy something that was featured on the stream, you'll get one of the limited edition 10 years of mini Superheroes Today bricks, of which there are only 150. And if you buy any item that was shown during this stream, I may even extend it to the ones I didn't get to build tonight. You will get the mini Superheroes Today limited edition bricks. So very, very cool.
I like the blue. Like it's a nice background, you know.
Yeah, when we were like working on designing them and deciding what they would look like, we were trying to figure out what color, because I did the yellow ones, which you have one, and the white ones I've always done. And because my logo is red and yellow, it has to be something that contrasts well with red and yellow. Like it wouldn't look good on black because the outline of the brick would get lost in the actual brick itself. So like the only way to really, really make it work was that way. So yeah, we were looking at colors and options and fonts and stuff. And just, I love the way that one landed. So super exciting. Yeah, super, super cool. Let's see. How do you get old sets from the early 2000s? Just asking. Just hunting, Comic Cons, flea markets, antique stores, eBay for the rare deals that can be had. But yeah, or you can let me do all the hunting for you and come by them Saturday night on Whatnot. Yeah. Whoa!
Is there a link in the description?
There is. It's funny you should mention.
Yeah.
And if you're new to Whatnot, you get $15 free to spend. Whoa. So yeah, you guys know where to be. All right. I saw a question come in. Matt said, so after 10 years of content creation, what are your hopes and dreams for the future of your channel? Well, that is a very, very weighted question because I have a lot of hopes and dreams for the channel, many of which have already come true thanks to the viewers of the channel that keep this alive and show up. So first and foremost, thank you. Obviously, watching this on a early evening on a Wednesday in the middle of the week, definitely a huge benefit. And I really appreciate you being here for that. And Ethan for being my surprise co-host.
Yes.
I didn't think you would hang out.
You can kick me out anytime.
Oh,
I don't care.
Dude, I would never kick you out of anywhere. But I was like, I just didn't think we'd hang out this long. It's great. I got a co-pilot. I got a co-host. This is great. But you know, as far as like the hopes and dreams, when I started Mini Superheroes Today, you know, I didn't know exactly where it would go because like being a professional Instagrammer, social media personality, there wasn't really like a career path of what that looked like. And I suppose there still isn't, to be honest. You know, you can't just be like, oh, post 100 videos and then you make a full-time income. I mean, you know, Ethan and I are living proof of that it's not about how many videos you post. It's not about the length, the quality. It's just about consistency and doing it. And so for me, I just knew that if I stuck with this and were consistent for enough time, it would pay off into something. And what that would be, I don't know. But it's paid off into, you know, getting to work with Marvel and Disney and Lucasfilm and Ghostbusters and, you know, all my favorite brands and franchises in the world that were beyond my wildest dreams. So in a way, when I think about, you know, what the next 10 years or the future of the channel would look like, I really think that it would be limiting to say like, oh, I want this, this, and this to happen. Because to be honest, over the last 10 years, so much has happened that I could have never even dreamed up to begin with. So yeah, it's a difficult question to even ask because it's just, you know, I never imagined it would be what it is now.
Mhm.
I will say one thing that I would really, really love is I love getting to go to some movie premieres last year for Ghostbusters, Piece by Piece, the Star Wars Lego Rebuild the Galaxy. I would really love for that to turn into more of a consistent thing. And to be honest with you, for like Marvel and DC to get to go to those premieres, I would really, really love that. So I would like to speak that into existence, that's one thing I would really like to happen more often or at scale as the channel continues to grow. But beyond that, I think that's half the fun of, this crazy world that we live in as content creators is the unknown and the just being ready for whatever could be around the corner, whatever good opportunities could be there. And when those opportunities present themselves, being ready to walk through that door and just live in it, So that's the place. So okay, I have one final bag left. Oh my goodness!
Oh wow!
It looks so fun. That will be 1, 2, 3. What? This one? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sets I've built over the last 4 hours.
That's great. That's fast.
That is crazy. Yeah. And imagine if I would have started with the big sets, I'd probably just be finishing that one big set right now.
Yeah.
Matt, you are so right. Some of the best things in life are the things that are unexpected. No doubt about that.
Oh yeah.
No doubt. Like the friendships you make along the way.
Like the invite to this live stream.
Exactly, which was kind of a surprise in its own way. See, you catch on quick. I like it.
But one thing I've noticed,
to know what set I'm building, I am building the Shang-Chi race set, the Escape from the 10 Rings. Here, I'll put it like this so you guys can see it.
I'm trying to remember the scene from the movie. It was like they were in a cave, and from the movie in the car. Is the car accurate?
No, it's not accurate. Yeah, sad. What I should do, and now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm absolutely going to do this, is I'm going to review all of these sets so that not only can you say you have a set that you got from the live stream, but you can say, I posted a TikTok using the set that you buy on Saturday. So I'm actually going to do that now, too, now that I'm thinking about it out loud.
That's awesome. Yeah, guys, you're not going to want to miss this Whatnot stream.
Cook not. I put a bunch of the spare pieces in here already, and I realized I actually needed to use some of them. I was like, that does seem like a suspicious amount of extra pieces, and then I didn't realize that a lot of them had to be double studs. You have to put 2, and I only put 1. I'm cooked.
How long do you think cooked will be a phrase that we use? Is it already phasing out, or are we just getting started?
Honestly, I don't know. I've kind of thought about that. I mean, if it works, it works,
Yeah.
It fits so well for everything. It doesn't even mean anything. It just works.
It's so the Europe trip.
Did you watch the Penguin show?
I never did. It's on my list because I've heard really good things about it.
Penguin says cooked, in the context that we say it. So he's talking to Clancy Brown, the guy that voices Mr. Krabs, because he's kind of the antagonist to Oz Cobb. And I don't want to spoil it, and I don't want to spoil it for anybody that's watching, but basically they're, obviously adversaries, and so they're not they're adversaries. I don't want to spoil anything. That's the problem. I don't want to say too much, but the point is Mr. Krabs calls the Penguin and goes, "There's nowhere to run, Oz. You're cooked." And Oz is on the phone and he goes, "Cooked, am I? Do me a favor." And I'm not going to say what he says after that because I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, my Penguin impression is literally perfect. I can only do bad guy impressions. That's my thing.
I think that says a lot about you.
I know. I don't know what it says about me, but hopefully it's only something good.
Tune into these Whatnot live streams to hear voice impressions.
Well, speaking of that, Baby Yoda asks, question for Jonathan here. Have you ever been interested in being an actor due to your voices of Ultron and Bane in some of your recent videos? They were awesome. Well, it's funny you should mention that. It is something that I would really like to pursue and do. I honestly don't exactly know how you get into that. I will say that I've done a couple voiceovers for Let's Play Games in his Retold series, which is where he like goes and retells movies in Lego stop motion form. I voiced Ant-Man a couple years ago. I just voiced Aaron Taylor Johnson's character from The Fall Guy, and I'm going to be doing the Green Goblin in his No Way Home remastered. So he's doing Spider-Man No Way Home, and I'll be doing Norman Osborn and the Green Goblin for that. So that is really cool. It is voice acting, so it is really cool. But yeah, Flounder Collects says Dark Knight Rises Bane impression. Yes, I was wondering what we would build first. The Shang-Chi sets or the Avengers? So yeah, I could do Bane for that.
Mm-hmm. Your best villain.
SpongeBob impressions, but my dad can. My dad is really good at SpongeBob impressions.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's amazing at it. He can do all the old Nicktoon, Fairly Odd Parents. He can do all of those. Jimmy Neutron. He's so good at that. But I have not inherited that skill for that particular one. I can only do the bad guys and villains.
And the best villain of all, Duck Bricks.
Well, to be fair, I can do that voice. So yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. What does that say about Chris that I can only do villain impressions and I can do a perfect Chris impression? That's actually funny. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that tells you everything you need to know. Yeah, I can't do Plankton. And the other thing is, I don't like to do an impression on camera before I've like tried it out on my own. I have before, I just don't like to do it. So we're not going to go there today, but maybe I'll work on Plankton and we'll see.
Too risky.
Too risky. Yeah, it's like a magic trick, you
Yeah.
You wouldn't try it for the first time on camera.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it wouldn't
practice.
Mm-hmm.
Because that makes perfect. Or something like that.
Something like that. It's changing in the 21st century.
Yeah, that's true. Changing up. Well, I'm hammering away on the build of this Shang-Chi car, that's for sure. I'm almost done. It's a cool car.
It is, yeah. I know in my Marvel... No, I don't use that car. I use the Taxi GWP as a flipped over taxi in my Avengers Assemble mock that I built like a year ago.
Oh, nice.
It's like literally a Lego set that I flipped upside down. Added fire parts on it.
Yep. That GWP was really cool.
It was, yeah.
So do you have the tower?
I don't. It wasn't even a Marvel GWP. It was a city.
Oh.
It was
I see. I got
one.
you. I got you.
What one would you say is, I mean, I guess you did say this earlier, to get the Daily Bugle before Stark Tower, but what one is your favorite out of both of them?
The Bugle or the Tower?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. They're both really good. I mean, the Avengers Tower is like literally a dream come true. But so is the Bugle in a way. And then you have to respect the Bugle for what it is, because if we didn't get the Bugle, we wouldn't have gotten the Tower. So, yeah, that's tough. I really don't know, man. I honestly love both. I know that that's such a cop-out answer, but it is. So, okay, now I just got to put some final stickers on here, and then the build is done, and I can show all of the amazing people. Ooh. All right. Just sticker time. There we go. The Shang-Chi car that isn't even accurate to the movie, but it is a cool car. Well, with that, we've built 5 amazing Lego Marvel sets today. We've talked history, we've talked friendship, we've talked Lego, we've talked bad guy impressions, and it has been absolutely amazing. So, first off, I want to say a big thank you to Chris, Duck Bricks, Brad, who was just here, and of course, my co-pilot throughout most of the stream, Ethan the Artisan. Really appreciate all of you guys, and Ethan, since you're the only one to hear it now, man, this has been so much fun. Thanks for hanging out. But on top of that, thank you to everybody who's been hanging out. I'd be curious if anybody's been here the whole time. That would be really amazing. But even still, I really, really appreciate that you guys are here hanging out. But on top of all of that, today's a very big day of reflection for me with 10 years of Mini Superheroes Today. You know, I started Mini Superheroes Today when I was in a very tough spot with my mental health, and it grew into something that brought me some of the greatest people I've met in my entire life, people that have helped me grow, learn, live to the fullest, have experiences that I never would have had otherwise. And it's all thanks to this, the Lego brick, and living out loud and just enjoying life, because this is all we get, guys. There's no reason to not live every day to the max and enjoy every single day that you are blessed to have. So thank you guys so much for being here. We have passed the 4-hour mark. Truly amazing. And I am going to go and have dinner.
Yeah.
This is great. But thank you guys for being here, not only on the stream, but for being a part of Mini Superheroes Today. One last time, I want to give you guys my heart and say thank you, thank you, thank you for being a part of this, making my dreams come true. And I hope that my content has brought positivity and energy into your life that has helped pick you up on days when you're feeling down, or made you feel like you got a Lego friend out there that gets you. And that's because I do, because we love this hobby and we share it. So I'm going to sign off, going to have a great time here. It is absolutely great. Thank you guys for being here. Don't forget, Whatnot Saturday night, you could get yourself a limited edition, one of 150 Mini Superheroes Today brick. Got to be there, though. So link down below. Check it out. I'll see you guys Saturday. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys for being here and being a part of Mini Superheroes Today. I'll catch you guys soon. And until next time, build on.